Howdy, howdy, everybody. How y'all doing today? Good to see you, Tom. 039520. Is this a vivification? Ivy Blade. Storm. Die Sphere. Zagasu. The Brain Fist. Time appropriate greetings, everybody. How's it going, Captain Poopy Head? J Guy. Ferron Ferret, hello. Bacon Mage. For some FTL. How's it going, Austin Fuego? Watsy Woo, and everybody else who might be lurking or hanging on out there. Excited to be playing some FTL Faster Than Light. This game is almost 10 years old now. Hard to believe. This was, I think, my introduction, personally, to the roguelite genre. And it still remains an absolute classic. A fantastic soundtrack, a fantastic set of interacting game systems, and just a jammin' good time. Zizzy! When you excuse me. When you set to your phone to silent, does it give off zizzy vibrations? How's it going, Faley? Yeah, this was a dang fine introduction to indie gaming as a whole, too. Made on a shoestring Kickstarter budget, this game was, I believe. Like 25,000 or something? But it's good stuff. The 39 says, FTL's the only game you've got all achievements in. That's sweet. I don't think I personally, and I've got about 500 hours in this game, I don't think I ever got all achievements in FTL. According to Steam, I'm missing a few. I've definitely never gotten boarding objective successful. The achievement for... Here we are. This one. Having a single boarding drone kill 4 crew members on one ship. That's a really tricky one. Are there any games besides Spire that I have all the achievements in? I don't think so, actually. Spire might be the only game I've gotten all of the achievements in. Although there might be something small that had like 10 achievements that I've forgotten about. Is there a way to view that on my profile, I wonder? Anywho, today we're going to be playing FTL a little bit, oh yeah, of course, Into the Breach. We did do that on stream, of course, so I must have all the achievements for Into the Breach. That just makes sense. But as a general rule, I don't get all of them, for one reason or another. Today in FTL, we're going to be playing as the good guys. Normally, in these space adventures, we find ourselves picking fights with black market traders. We find ourselves, you know, stealing supplies from civilians, denying our foes their chance to surrender and blowing them into tiny smithereens, and all sorts of nonsensical, kind of mercenary, roguish behavior. And that behavior will no longer be tolerated. As of today, we are here to be the good guys, TM, and that means we're gonna act like the big damn heroes that we are. This, of course, means we accept surrenders when they're offered to us. We go out of our way to help people, even if that does mean fighting giant alien spiders by hand. We avoid fights when words will do, and we trust other people even if they are a slug. To compensate for this incredible handicap that we're imposing upon ourselves, we're going to be playing on normal. Because that sounds like a disaster waiting to happen. This is not a game that often rewards you for taking the high road. So I think we'll find that this turns out to be pretty challenging. And for the ship, I think the only fair way to do this is just to click random ship and see what happens. Stealth B, alright. Let's do it! Oh no. Oh no. This is not the ship I wanted for this challenge. Alrighty then. Goody two chairs. Instead of goody two shoes, we have two chairs. So the Stealth B is a very interesting ship. It's a kind of an all-or-nothing ship, starting with the almighty Glaive Beam, one of the most powerful weapons in the game, but it has a 25-second charge time. And this ship starts with no shields, which means actually getting this thing to charge up and fire is a bit of an ordeal. Let's begin. As the most binary outcomes, yeah, this ship is likely to perish in the early game, because it can just have some really disastrous Sector 1s in general. But in the event that it survives the early game, it can really thrive. So a quick little overview to FTL, as I'm sure there might be a few people who have not seen this game before. FTL is a ship-to-ship combat roguelite, where our goal is to traverse 8 sectors of space, exploring beacons along the way as we flee an advancing rebel fleet. We're serving the Federation carrying an important message, that message being, hey, they've got a giant spaceship, and then also, hey, I'm gonna blow that giant spaceship up personally. Thanks for not doing any work, Federation. But at the start, we have a relatively poorly equipped ship. Our ship is made up of a number of rooms. You can see all these little compartments that are separated by the orange doors. And some of these rooms have symbols in them, which are system rooms. Each system requires, some are subsystems, like the doors and the piloting, but each major system requires power in order to activate. Power that we can reassign from our reactor here. To the little bars on the very left is our total available power. The oxygen takes power, our cloaking takes power, the weapons take power, the medbay and engines also take power. Engines for dodge chance, medbay heals. O2 is fairly self-explanatory, you need it to breathe. Cloaking allows us to cloak the ship for currently up to 10 seconds, evading enemy shots. And then our Glaive Beam is our offensive weapon, which we're going to try to use to kill stuff with. And that'll be a fun adventure. This ship notably starts with the Long-Ranged Scanner's Augment, which gives us additional info about nearby beacons on the star map, essentially telling us whether there are a ship detected or not, usually resulting in a combat. I don't think it's a heroic to hide from fights, so we will be charging headlong into battles, at least into places where there might be evildoers to slay. Let's go forth. A rebel outpost on an attack approach to a small refueling outpost. We'd better defend those innocents with our mighty Glaive Beam. Ah, but how are we supposed to name the crew? Excellent questions, as Vivification. Like so. Boop. Intervene to defend those... Oh god, they have a combat drone. No! Uh-oh. Alright, I'll turn off the O2 and power up the engines. Mark Faley and Ser Artemiel, if you guys get out of this fight, you'll be named. Where are you aiming your shots? trust you. Cloak preemptively here. Combat drone will fire shots periodically. If it hits the glaive beam, we're going to be in big trouble here. Probably should have had the O2 power during that. That's okay. Hey, we dodged that shot. Good. Let's get the glaive beam lined up. It targets... Should be an instant kill here, right? If we can get it to fire. Good dodge. Hooray! And they get sliced in half by a single volley. Although it was a little bit painful. Ship breaks apart. We quickly salvage what we can, scoring a 19 scrap. This is the most important resource in FTL that we get to use to upgrade the ship pretty much at any time. And an additional reward from the outpost. The pompous bastards expected free service just because they defeated the Federation. Take this for the help. Alright, as the ship takes damage, the systems on the ship will take damage, causing those systems to become temporarily disabled. We have to repair them with our crew in order for them to function again. So we had to fix the doors there before we could open them to vent oxygen out to put that fire into extinguished land. We'll heal our crew at the medical facility. Oh yeah, and I belong here. This game. Thank you for the reminder, Philly. Alright, so 3 names is Mark, Bailey, Sarah Temil. Welcome aboard, one and all. Actually wanted to swap the Zoltan and the human here. Prefer to have Zoltan in engines where they have to move around less frequently. Alright. With 40... How much scrap do we need to upgrade the cloaking? 50. Cloaking upgrade is, I think, the first thing you want on a stealth B run for the 15-second cloak duration. Am I going to jump over here? Probably not. Go this way instead. Through the nebula! Nothing here save for vast swirls of gas, reflecting rays from a giant sun. Good morning, Matty boy. I see we also have a store. This does not have the titanium system casing, this ship. That's deeply unfortunate. But we'll pick a fight, question mark, with another ship. Haha! I am the dread pirate Tuco. Prepare to die. Alright, Mr. Tuco. We'll wait for Tuco to fire their gun, and then we'll activate the cloak. Hopefully, again, not taking damage to our glaive beam. We can kill him in one shot if the glaive beam is allowed to charge, but if it's not, we could end up in painful land. So we pause, activate the cloak, dodge those shots. And then how many rooms can we hit? I think just 4 here. Fire the glaive beam! The ship repeatedly hails you! It looks like they want to surrender. Midway through being sliced in half by this giant laser. And you know what? It would be the honorable thing to do. I accept your offer, Mr. Pirate Man. Enjoy your laser immunity. We're here to be the good guys, so we're going to be accepting every single surrender offer that we're given. We scored 5 fuel out of that, which was pretty good. I'm sure we'll find many future surrenders that we didn't want to have to take. No, we're not playing this one completely pacifist, to be clear, Media Mans. It is still righteous and heroic to slay the mind-washed, brainwashed servants of the rebellion. But if those drones were to surrender, we would be compelled to accept. Okay, we do have 50 scrap. That's enough for the cloaking upgrade. I think I am going to take that. It will save a lot of these situations where we are taking hull damage. Now, we don't actually have the power to fully turn the cloaking on, though. It takes one more point of power after being upgraded, as most systems in FTL do. Beacon seems to serve as a meeting place for local traffic. Could have hired crew members here, but we have no scrap, so we can't. Possible ship detected. What do we got? It's worrying that the rebels have penetrated so deep into uncharted space, even if it is only an unmanned craft. It arms its weapons, and we should do the same. Oh no! It's one of those drones that have only beam weapons, normally completely harmless, because this is completely stopped by one layer of shields. But in this case, we don't have any shields, so this is horrifying. Okay, we're gonna cloak right now. Worst thing is that I can't even take this thing out in one volley, but we should be able to shut down both the weapon and the drone with a glaive beam volley here. These. You. Okay, that wasn't too bad, actually. I think the upgraded cloaking really made a difference there. I do need to fix the O2, though. It's a combat. It's a beam drone Mark II. The enemy ship has a mini beam on the drone there. That worked out fine. Substantial collection of useful scrap material. Only 2 points of hull damage there. I'm going to call that a victory. And 20 scrap is enough to buy one more point of reactor power, which means we don't have to juggle the oxygen off quite so much. We've been lucky so far. Our weapons system hasn't been hit, even though we've taken a fair bit of hull damage. At any point, if the weapons get hit and the glaive beam depowers, we become in very big trouble town. The middle resource missiles allow us to fire missile weapons, Sarah Artemiel. Certain weapons will require this resource in order to be used. The third resource is drone parts. Any sort of drone equipment will require these instead of missiles. So defense drones, offense drones, and boarding drones and such. I don't think I should be compelled to let fleeing enemies go. But surrenders, yes. Likewise, it's not, I think, a good guy thing to voluntarily enter into slavery. That's not good. We will never surrender one of our crew to slavers against this especially well-armed pirate ship. Hand over one of your crew and the rest of you can go free unharmed. No thanks. No thanks. Alright, this looks more manageable. I forget if we're at the point where we can just cloak immediately. Find out. Now again, if they surrender midway through being sliced in half by our giant laser, we must accept. Wow, you just took that hit like a champion. Good for you guys. We surrender! Take one of our slaves as tribute. If you destroy us, they will all die anyway. That's true. Schultz the Mantis is offered as tribute. Welcome aboard, Schultz. Enjoy your life of freedom aboard our ship. It's totally different than your life of servitude aboard that other ship. For here, you're now a good guy. And no one will make you steal any civilian supplies or anything. Nope, that'll never happen. Okay, Schultz can man the doors for now, meaning our doors are now reinforced. As long as Schultz stays in that room, we could also have him man the sensors to let us see who's on board enemy ships. And we've got some more combats to jump into. Perfect. Consenting good guy. I think it'll just shorten it to consenting if I try to type that full thing, right? Didn't fit. Yeah, let's go with good guy. Good guy Mantis. Welcome aboard. Let's do both of these. Jump here, then here? Sure. As you jump into the system, a pirate advances on your position. They are refusing all hails. All hail the pirates. Well, if they refuse to see reason, then we shall have to show them unreason. With lasers. Not even a chance to surrender there. Kaboom! Get a substantial collection of useful scrap material, good stuff. And I'm gonna keep taking fights. On purpose. And I should probably turn on the O2. More slavers! We will never surrender! I did say that the ship suffers early game. Truthfully, with now that we have level 3 cloaking, we're past the really scary part of this ship. But we could still have a disaster occur if we meet an enemy with the wrong set of equipment. Oops. Forgot to power up the engines. We took one hit, that's fine though. If I can hit 4 rooms, we're good? Question mark? Ooh, can I hit 4 rooms? No. Question mark. Let's see a way to hit 4 rooms. Hit these 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so we'll actually just get a kill if I do this. This it'll turn off their shields, and then the second 2 hits will do 3. Rebecca the Human is being offered as a surrender. We will take them, liberate them as well. Welcome aboard, good guy or good gal number 5. Been lucky to get so many crew this early. Chicken Man Phil. Should fit. Perfect. Simply shortened it to chicken. Love it. Ah, distress beacon. Okay, so this, I think this is something that we should incorporate into our little rule set for this challenge. If we find distress beacons, it is absolutely the most heroic possible thing to visit them immediately and attempt to assist whomever is in need as best we can. Even if that leads us to unfavorable pathing through the sector, cannot allow anyone in distress to go unrescued. A nearby human mining colony where an unknown disease has spread virulently. They're setting up a quarantine to contain it, but a riot has broken out. Might be a little risky, but we cannot let these poor diseased folk go unaided. Send in the crew to help control the crowds. Our crew tries to keep the crowds in line, but the sweet scene quickly turns ugly. Half crazed with fear, the infected grab mining tools and push back at your crew, forcing them to retreat hastily. They barely get away without injury, but the same can't be said for the colony's leaders. Quickly leave. Alright, well, that didn't go well, but all of us stayed alive, so that's good. It's definitely possible to lose one of your crew members for attempting that. Definitely not the worst outcome, indeed. Do I have any use for a store? Not really, right? Just jump kind of around the exit beacon until it's time. As we jump through the sectors in FTL, they will over time become overtaken by this kind of red area, and if we visit any beacons that are inside the red, there will simply be an elite rebel fighter waiting for us, a difficult fight that provides no rewards even if we win. A good way to die. Scans show a remote settlement being blockaded by a pirate. Stay out of this or you'll be next. They threaten us unnecessarily. Look, we can't allow those innocent settlements to go blockaded or whatever. Oh yeah, this ship starts with level 2 sensors. I forgot about that. Neat. Some good dodging. Good dodging. Howdy, Flurp Freak and Flurp Cat. Pick through the remains and contact the settlement. The pirate's gone, we signal the station. They say, we appreciate what you've done, but there'll just be another ship looking to profit from our isolation soon enough. Sorry we can't give you more. Thanks for the stuff. More people in need. Alright, we gotta go. A refugee ship drifting in space. Looks as if it was fleeing the rebel advance and ran out of fuel. Distress beacon is active, but we're not sure if anyone is on board, and communications seem to be down. Well, we'd better make sure there's not anybody who needs our help. Board and investigate! As we investigate the ship, we are attacked by the now cannibalistic crew. Driven mad by lack of food, they have turned to feeding on each other. To fight your way off the ship, one of your crew falls to the crazed attackers, and you're forced to leave them behind, or else lose the entire ship. Mark is gone. All hail Chicken Man Phil, our new captain. Welcome aboard, Captain. I can't tell if this is going to overtake the exit beacon or not. Upgrade the engines if it does, yeah. The favorability of an event, Frozen Melon, depends on the specific event. Unfortunately, unlike Slay the Spire, this game does not tell you the potential outcomes for your event, for the event. So you kind of have to either memorize them one by one or look them up on the wiki. As a general rule, if you're engaging an event without a blue option, your events are like, your odds are about 50-50 or maybe worse sometimes. They can even be 0% in some cases. And then your odds are a much better, or even 100% if you have a blue choice in the event. Because of the war, thousands of colonists have had their supply lines disrupted, and have found themselves in dire straits. It seems that in this system, rebels are sympathetic and are distributing what little supplies they can spare. Well, I can't say it would be a very good guy thing to attack rebels who are distributing supplies to civilians, and it would certainly be even worse to steal the supplies from said civilians. We are going to leave these rebels be. Definitely, this is an event where I would normally pick a fight with the rebels for the additional scrap, but it's very unkind. So no. Ah, and that doesn't get overtaken, I was wondering. It's just right on the edge of being a dive, but not quite, fortunately. Let's go. Hey Karuka, we're playing this one on normal, but the gimmick is that we have to be the good guys. Taking the moral high road, accepting surrenders, and not being a belligerent space mercenary like we normally are. Not a pacifist run. We are still taking combats. You know, if anybody... We're allowed to defend ourselves when pirates are around, or rebels, but we won't be stealing any civilian supplies. We also decided to play on random ship and we rolled Stealth B, so we're also playing with that. Come across a pirate in hot pursuit of an unidentified ship. I say, stay out of this fight and we'll make it worth your while. We can take the pirate's bribe or literally try to be a hero. This is very, very obvious from the game which one we're taking here. We gotta be the hero. That's what we're here to do. Attack the pirate. The pirate ship stops its pursuit and locks weapons onto your ship. Fine, our previous offer was not generous enough. Let's improve it. They offer 4 fuel, 2 drone parts, and 8 scrap. So this is a surrender offer, kind of. It's not really. It's the game is admittedly calling this is a bribe. We would be taking a bribe to leave some unknown soul to the fate of these pirates. So I don't think it's the good thing to do here. Bribes are only thing bad people take, that's right. Exactly. Reject this stinky bribe. And instead, be the good guys. Go to examine the ship we just saved. Thank you for the aid! I'm a black arms dealer that usually only works with your enemies, but considering the circumstances, I'll sell you some goods? You know, that doesn't feel like the good guy thing. Schwarzization, thank you so much for the 28 months. Fire, fire, fire. So, they've got drones for sale. Team drone, combat drone. Charge ion. We would like to have a way to take down shields. I don't know if that's the right way to do it, though. Also selling a repair arm, which repairs our hull whenever we collect scrap, but reduces scrap collected. Repair arm is, generally speaking, super not worth it. Although it can be better in the early game. Do I want to buy a charge ion? Probably not. Do I want to sell either the long-range scanners or the glaive beam? Absolutely not. I'm just going to take a full hull repair from you, sir. And maybe 1 point of fuel? Let's call it 1. We'll be on our merry way. After the O2 refills. The more official term is tribute. See, when you, it's all about how you present it. With the right moral framing, even teleporting fire bombs into a Farm. Can seem like the right thing to do. So, Mantis controlled or Mantis controlled? Seems like we've got a fairly hostile sector lined up for us here. Lots of red and angry nebula purple. Don't think I want to venture into nebulas too much. Or do I? You can have a really fun time in a nebula, especially if we get a slug-controlled one. Going up into these green sectors could be a reasonable pick, too. Try to visit as many nebulas as possible. Challenge run, we could get 5. Be a fun little challenge. Yeah, we do have scanners and upgraded sensors, which makes nebulas better than normal. I don't know if that makes them good. Is it heroic to aimlessly drift in nebulas, wondering if escape will ever come? Let's try one nebula. I'll go, like, maybe up this way or something. But I will take the southern path. Spicy path. You've entered a poorly charted area of space known to be home to the Mantis. Show your hull plating is up to scratch and that you have enough fuel in the tank to make it through. Sorry, sir, nothing personal, but we're under orders. The rebel ship's weapons go hot. Nice weapons. Fair enough. Fair enough. Substantial collection of useful scrap material. Good times. Who's next? A Mantis ship with the markings of a warrior tribe breaks position and attacks. Got a crew teleporter and a clone bay. We do have the upgraded doors. Is it heroic to vent our opponents into space? I don't think so. We'll fight them hand to hand in the noble style. Where's this gonna go? Something like that. Blam! Ship explodes, leaving behind a substantial collection of useful scrap material. Good times. 2v18 heroic. Listen, I've played plenty of Dungeons & Dragons, and I know that there is nothing more heroic than flanking bonuses. Good stuff, man. Asteroid field, definitely something we want to stay well away from. We have no shields to protect us from the asteroids, so we'd be faced with a constant bombardment of dangerous rocks. No thanks. A Mantis ship hunting in the distance. Aid the civilian ship. Look, if they didn't want... If they didn't want paladins to gang up on people, they wouldn't give them auras that provide bonuses to nearby party members. Just makes sense. And another single heavy laser. Not too many threatening opponents so far. Definitely heroic to fight people in the medbay. Contact the civilians! The civilian ship wisely made a fast retreat while we distracted the hostile ship. Good job, civilians! You survived. As we wanted you to. A good outcome for everyone. Except the pirates. Close to a nearby sun. I'd rather not. I mean, we could? It'll only be constant fire starting on the ship and similar horrificness. But we could survive it. That said, I think we're better off avoiding hazards where possible. So let's avoid that. A settlement still loyal to the Federation hails your ship. They have prepared a weapon to aid your escape from the rebels, giving us a Burst Laser Mark 1. 2-power weapon with an 11-second charge time, firing 2 shots per charge. Pretty good. Speaking of, we probably want to get a buffer point, they're called. Just add an additional upgrade point onto our weapons system, so that if we take a point of damage to the weapons, our glaive beam doesn't go offline. And that'll help prevent a horrific disaster from befalling us. I think it's also past time that we upgraded the engines a bit more. Get a little bit more dodge chance going. Saving up for shields might be a reasonable choice. One that I am not currently making. Pick up more chatter from the enemy ship. You know what? Forget this. Prepare for retreat. Looks like they're preparing to make a hasty getaway. And then they die. Ship breaks apart and we move in to scrap the remains. So that's an event where if they successfully make that jump, which they usually do, it's a pretty quick charge from when the warning appears, then they'll come back in a bigger ship later on, and you have to fight the big ship. But they got sliced in half by your giant lasers, so they died. Hooray! Yeah, here's the store. We don't even have time to visit the store. What? There's another... Oh no. Uh-oh. I guess we're going through a hazard beacon, because literally it's the only way to get to the exit. Well, given asteroid versus sun, I'm gonna pick the sun. Is the FTL version of a forced delete before fire? Pretty much, yeah. Here we go. Who knows why the Mantis would venture so close to a sun? Perhaps it makes for more of a challenge? Let's do it this way. So periodically, solar flares will emit from the sun here. Looks like we might actually get away. Here comes one. Haha, or does it? You spot a small rebel ship nearby. It seems to have been refitted for transport rather than combat. It does not seem to want to engage you and your ship. We could try to rob them, but that's not very heroic. I think we simply let them be on their way. Avoid the ship! Another big difference here. Normally I would always pick demand the surrender of their goods and blow them up. They eventually jump away. We actually managed to get through that sun beacon without getting toasted there. I'm very impressed. They are still rebel scum, but they're not rebel scum who are attacking us. Or anybody else right now. I think that makes a key difference. Oh, definitely. We only barely made it out in time. So the engine upgrade certainly helped. Try to save up for something now. You arrive just in time to see an unusually well-armed NG ship destroying a small pirate craft. A teleporter signal is detected. Intruder on deck. A young mantis in a charred end uniform has teleported onto the deck. He begs for sanctuary from the NG and offers to serve in exchange for our protection. The NG have already traced the teleporter signal and are offering a deal in exchange for the prisoner. Side with the fugitive and fight the NG ship, or offer up the mantis in exchange for a bounty. What's the right thing to do here? From a game mechanics perspective, both of these have a chance to work out for you, and both have a chance to be a trap. There's a chance that the NG are, in fact, pirates, and the mantis is here as a trick. But going into this situation blind, we don't know if that's the case. We could make the argument that this prisoner is a fugitive on the run from the normally peace-loving NG, and therefore we should side with the NG, although that seems like a... I almost want to call it racist approach. Automatically assuming the mantis is the bad guy. Yeah, what are they doing here? Remember, this is a pirate sector. Although it was a pirate being exploded. So this mantis came from a pirate ship. I almost want to say the moral thing to do is side with the fugitive and then run away. With the fugitive. Rescue them from their circumstances, but do not slay their pursuer. Attempting illegal extradition. They'd have no jurisdiction here. That's right. If the NG were good guys, they would have given us more information. I mean, the NG are usually pretty forthcoming when it comes to these sorts of things. Yeah, I think ultimately we should side with the fugitive. If the fugitive is you know, if they're being honest with us, we'll take them away with us, and if they are a traitor, then we'll know we have to slay the NG. NG can definitely be bad guys. We see NG a lot of the times fighting alongside Mantis, either as indentured servants or willing pirates, I'm not sure. And they can definitely be corrupted, programming-wise. And maybe Sempatula. The NG fight alongside the Mantis because they've got a bug in their code. Ah! El Nub Nub expresses his thanks and prepares to help us against his pursuer. This would be an easy ship to destroy with our glaive beam, but I think we're gonna get out of here. Now watch that pike beam, though. In fact, I'll just do a little damage to them. But it feels unrighteous to slay these Engi in cold blood. Away! Someone needs our help, so we must go. To the distress beacon. As soon as we arrive at the distress signal, shots are fired towards our ship. It was a trap the whole time. How dare they? How dare they? A mantis trap, no less. It's a shame we don't get dodge experience when you dodge under the benefit of cloaking. Causes the ship to level up its crew very, very slowly. Wow, that mantis almost got sliced in half by the glaive beam. Like 90 damage somehow? He got hit by it like 3 times because of the way he moved. Wild. Substantial collection of useful scrap material. Good stuff. And more folks in distress. Looks like we're going to end up diving here. Arrive at the distress beacon near a small asteroid belt and find a ship with pirate markings partially crushed between 2 large rocks. Must have been illegally mining the belt without proper equipment. Could try to dislodge them, destroy and loot them, or carefully cut them out with our glaive beam, which we'll do. And give them a proper warning about getting the proper license before one attempts to engage in any mining operations. We use our beam to make a few precision cuts in the asteroid. The ship gives a quick burst of thrust, and the rock crumbles away. They thank you and offer some of the resources that they have illegally collected. Oh no, we've got contraband on board. Horrible. Alright, since we are diving, I'm going to upgrade the engines one more time. So that our FTL, faster than light, may charge faster. Found the exit beacon, but the rebels got here first. Must survive long enough to escape the sector. Damage to the engines, not good. Ooh, that hit us while we were cloaked. Our evasion chance did apply to that, but no dice, unfortunately. Oops. Okay, we're out of here. Zoltan Homeworlds. That's the most peaceful thing of all, is the quest that you can find here. So let's go. I believe. Yeah. Fitting. That'll cause us to take 1 or more nebulous sectors, but I think well worth it here. You arrive in Zoltan space. From what you have heard, they anticipated the coming war and made preparations to hold their borders. Shoot for a bit of righteous indignation. They might not ask any questions, but they will file the appropriate paperwork afterwards. You can be sure. Store. Pulsar. Pulsar's not too bad. Just avoid all of it for now. It's got the wrong weapon powered here. A light asteroid field is entering the atmosphere of a nearby planet, a fireworks show on a galactic scale. There's little for it but to take in the ambiance and program the next jump. Pay a visit to some ships. Another unmanned ship patrols the area. Got hacking. Engine hacking is fine. Almost timed that wrong. With 2 layers of shields, this ship's gonna be a bit of a problem, actually. Actually, this ship is gonna be a huge problem. Still, I have to take out their weapons a little bit. Ooh, Zoltan trapped in... Not good. You're trapped in the engine room here. True. Just not be in there right now. Keep doing this, actually. So close. That one I could have cloaked, probably. Well, this was a painful encounter. We are alive. That's all that matters for now. And actually, before I dive on any further into this sector, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I think a little bit more clearly here. So I will be right back when I return. Our space adventures continue. Be right back, everyone. Alrighty, folks, we are back. Thank you so much for that patience. Alright, many more ships to blunder into here in Sector 3. Definitely feeling like we would want to upgrade our guns so that we can man the burst and the glaive beam at the same time. Although saving up for shields would also be pretty appealing. Seems unlikely that I'm going to be able to afford to do both. Emergency! All ships in range, we are under attack. The frequency matches a nearby Zoltan ship. You move in on their pursuer. They take your intervention as a cue to jump away. The cowards. So the Zoltan we came here to save have already fled. I guess we're gonna hit like this, right? I could count hull. 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, that'll exactly destroy the ship. Perfect, then. Excuse me. Your ship is surprisingly well equipped. Please, take this and let us live. Done deal. I accept your surrender. You may live. Oh, and in a distress beacon, which we have to go to. This is the rules. Whomever's in need, we shall save. Stress signal is coming from a small space station orbiting an uninhabited planet. Their satellite defense system has gone haywire, and the repair crew cannot approach without being fired upon. They're looking for help to fix or disable it. We will absolutely promise to help. Fortunately, we're also able to do it because we have cloaking, which provides a blue option here. Blue options give you more favorable outcomes on average than white options. So we'll use our advanced cloaking to disable the system. The advanced cloaking allows us to approach the defense system without an issue. Once closer, we're able to safely disable the system. They thank us for the help and offer a reward. 37 scrap and 3 fuel. Pretty dang good. And another distress beacon. Not where I would have liked to go. Truthfully, I was hoping to go to maybe the store or something else, but people need our help. Source of the distress call, a small research station. It appears a small laboratory fire got out of control and is threatening to destroy the station. Their fire suppression system is not responding. We can try to put out the fire or try to dock and rescue survivors. One of these is risking our crew, the other our hull, and I think right now our hull is the more precious resource. Send in the crew. Your crew valiantly keeps the fire at bay long enough to allow some of the scientists to escape, but it appears to be a losing battle. Before long, we order the retreat. The few scientists they were able to save are distraught, but grateful. We'll drop them off at the next station, and we get 41 scrap. A good outcome. I'll take it. Now, if I want to go back to the store, I have to revisit a jump beacon. That's actually fine. I'm going to go to the store. Like some scrap, and maybe we can buy cloaking, too. Or, not cloaking. The other thing. Shields. Shields! But he said we couldn't. They've also got defense drones. Fire drone. Somebody else redeem a... Mustafa! Sorry, Electus Neo, for, the slow crew name, by the way. There we go. Mustafa, welcome aboard. But yeah, we'll buy some shields. Some hull repair. I would have liked to buy fuel as well, but we only have so much scrap to work with. So shields will give us a basic layer of defense against incoming enemy fire. It's good stuff, man. Guess we'll jump back up in this direction. Uh-oh. Like many areas in Zoltan space, the residents of this sector prepared well for galactic war. The military here seem to have given up on reasoning with foreigners, preferring instead to attack on sight. Got mind control, and we have a Zoltan shield we're gonna have to punch through. I think I'm gonna use the burst laser. Actually no, the glaive beam will do a decent job. Auto fire like that. Used to allow our mantismens to break stuff unnecessarily. Only level 1 mind control. Whoa! Oof! Whoa! Okay, so bombs hitting the engines twice in a row there was really nasty, and we now have a mind control crew member dealing with that too, bringing our evasion down to 0. Our weapons got damaged, so the glaive beam reset too. Let's charge the burst laser for the moment. Let's try to get things under control here. Cloaking is online, at least. Rip. Through the cloaking, no less. Rest in pieces, brave soul. Oh god. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Fine. Well, that was nothing but agony and suffering. Brutal. We lost our Zoltan crew, which means we're also down a point of power now. Rough. Okay. Need a new engine person. Staffa, you're on duty. An emu-like bird, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the 11 months. Man, I really got screwed over just by having to visit that distress beacon immediately. Alright. Ion storm that we're jumping into? Good luck to us. You spy 2 pirate ships lurking in the nebula here. They remain unaware of your presence. We're able to get our scanners to at least identify their cargo. One has fuel, the other the ammunition. I don't think attacking pirates hiding in nebula is exactly heroic. And we're in an ion storm, so this would also be a very dangerous combat. I'll leave them be. The Zoltan station near this beacon are happy to receive you. As they give you the formal tour of the ship, you spy some local star charts and mentally log the details. The Zoltan ship is waiting at this beacon. They request your identification, but radiation from the sun in the system is disrupting your communications. They take your silence for aggression. Move into attack. Have no power now. Oh dear. Same ship as before that just dunked us. So winning a run of FTL Opal Operation requires defeating the Rebel flagship at the end of the game. There's no way to peacefully resolve that combat. You've got to win a straight-up battle against a very powerful opponent. So that requires usually having some serious defenses, cloaking and shields, maybe a drone of some kind, and an offensive array that can get the job done as well. Okay, that was a pretty good hit. I suppose we should have fled from these guys. Heroically. It was a miscommunication that got us into that fight, right? Eat the scrap pretty badly, though. Help! We're struggling! Civilian colonists loyal to the rebel cause are present on a nearby planet. Looks like they are currently receiving a supply shipment. Could be useful. Civilians receiving supplies. All is as it should be. Leave them be. Leave them be. Oh no, we end up in the Slug Home Nebula with 5 fuel. The only thing that can render a nebula more dangerous is if it's also home to the slugs. This particular nebula is just that. The Slug Home Nebula is home to the telepathic slugman creatures who are very good at polite dealings and trustworthy business interactions. Onwards. The slugs here use a tactic you hoped you'd never see. They use a remote hacking system to sabotage your oxygen production system, and then charge fire weapons. We're going to suffocate. Not good. Well, same to you, Slugmans. Probably should have leveled up the O2 before we jumped, but too late for it now. We'll just have to either deal or not deal as appropriate. It did use some of the O2, unfortunately. $247. Shields are repaired, not good. O2 at 25%. We just need one more volley. And we're good here. Success! The slug ship breaks apart and our systems return to normal. We collect what we can. Oof! Nobody suffocate, please. Thank you. So we were venting during that fight because there were fires on board. They were using a firebomb to light us on fire. I had to put those out. Immediately. Or else die. And I'd love to go to the store, but I don't really have any scrap to spare. But I need to buy fuel, so we're gonna go. You cautiously approach a slug colony on a huge asteroid. It's a brave person who sets foot on a slug planet. It'll take weeks to get the mucus out of your clothes. But there's business to be done. Oh, they've got a flak one. Only. A scrap recovery arm, getting you 10% more scrap from any source. Still, I think we need the fuel and the hull repair. I'm not going to go completely full hull repair here, but enough to be not an immediate threat of death, I think is a good start. And hopefully we can amass some scrap. Good luck to us. Probably should have let the O2 recharge. The slug vessel you encounter here has obviously made a big score and is looking to test its new armaments. Fortunately for them, they picked the wrong ship to attack. My ship. Trying to escape. Also exploding. Hooray! Hooray for explosions. Oh, that looks terrifying. You're surprised to see a ship without slug markings all the way out here and move in to provide assistance. When you see the pirate insignia on the hull, we quickly reconsider. So it's a slug pirate vessel. We can avoid the fight. If we want to. This is also an interesting moral one. They're clearly pirates. They look difficult but not impossible to kill. We need scrap pretty badly, so from a gameplay perspective, I'm heavily encouraged to take this fight. And I think we've got enough of the moral high ground. Attacking pirates is absolutely heroic. As it must be. Attack! Okay, engine hack is a little discouraging. Not too bad, though. Okay, a little painful, but not too bad. One more of those and they'll be gone. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Definitely appreciating just the one layer of shields to stop these, like, one-off guns from doing anything. We have the cloaking for the big guns. trying to escape, they won't get far. Kerblam. And 3 more fuel, which we also needed pretty badly. A slug ship hails you. We've detected some worrying radiation coming from your medical unit. Perhaps you should take a look. As he signs off, your system shuts off, and their crew teleports aboard from a nearby space station. These guys don't look like engineers. Boy, this is really bad, actually. Okay, we are going to employ venting, although it's a little bit dishonorable. It is, I think, the only way to avoid mass casualties for our crew here. I want to hit their weapons. They've got double ion. That's actually not too bad. These 4. Let's start these 3. Oh boy, that's a lot of ion. Okay, shields are down and are going to stay that way. There's no way to improve the size of the glaive beam, unfortunately. It'd be nice if there was. What's this? The shields. Okay, and separate your own rooms. What do? Don't break the doors. Okay, one more volley. I think we're actually going to be good here. Despite the lack of medbay. Ship breaks apart and our systems return to normal. Whew. Work, everyone. I think we definitely want to now invest 75 scrap in the weapon system so that we can power up this burst laser. Enemies with 2 or 3 shields, we're going to need that to be able to kill in quicker fashion. Definitely invest in that. I think one more point of... Yeah, of course there's a store nearby. I think one more point of reactor power to replace our lost Zoltan will help a bit too. Let's avoid the store for the moment and go exploring. You arrive to the site of 2 slug ships in communication range. They don't see you. Is it heroic to eavesdrop on people? I mean, ignoring things isn't very heroic. Let's tap their comm frequency. I just want to see what this event is. You overhear their conversation and learn they're planning to raid an infamous and likely wealthy pirate ship in the area. The pair jump off and we note down the target coordinates. Added a quest marker to our map. An infamous and wealthy pirate. Far off in the far corner. Now, what could be more heroic than a quest involving a pirate? Not much. Your sensors have picked up a refugee ship drifting through space. These people might need our help. Hail them! It was a pirate using the refugees as bait. I understand. Well-armed pirates, no less. That's true. Dragons are more heroic than pirates. I'm forced to concede this point. Morning, Lamgoon. Oh yeah, we should arm the burst laser for this one, too. Definitely need more power. Go. Some decent damage dealt. The engines, though. Ow. Always the engines. Blam! Contact the refugees! The refugee thanks us for the assistance. As a gesture of goodwill and seeing how effectively we dispatch the enemy ship, they offer up what supplies they can spare. For them. Can't sell missiles except at certain events, unfortunately. We do have a stockpile now of 29. If we find an opportunity to get rid of them, we will. But it's not something you get to do by default. Two more points of power sounds great. Next priority upgrade should be shields too, I think. The Mantis ship here looks to have been hunting slugs on their home turf, a rare test of honor for the mightiest Mantis crews. Opens up. We should also upgrade our oxygen, by the way. That'd be reasonable. Might want to man our shields a little bit. Probably do that once we get higher level shields. Blam. Substantial collection of useful scrap material. Okay, that won't be a dead end. Good. Outside the nebula for a second here. This beacon marks a small gap in the nebula. No colonies or ships in scanning distance. Keep upgrading the systems. Upgraded O2. More upgraded reactor. You catch up with the two slug ships and they're already carrying out their raid. One is in close combat with the pirate, and the other seems to be heading for a small space cache that the pirate was protecting. Suddenly, the first ship bursts into flames and an urgent call arrives from the remaining slugs. We suggest you distract the pirate vessel while we retrieve the valuables. 50-50 split. Either pick a fight with the pirate or head for the cache ourselves. Well, we will trust them. A 50-50 split sounds more than fair. And surely they have nothing but honorable intents in mind. Let's engage the pirate as they request. There's money to be made here. The slugs know that. We turn on the pirate in an intercept just before he can reach the cache. Always trust a friend in space. That's the lesson I learned. I've got a big missile launcher. I think I'm just gonna, like, poke the first shot. Yeah. Surely this will not backfire. When the pirate ship looks ready to break apart, we notice the slug ship has secured the loot and is preparing to jump away. We continue fighting this pirate or let the pirate go and chase after the slug man who is about to flee. Another interesting moral quandary. Now that we've gotten this far, what's the right thing to do? Dispatch this foul pirate? And let our friends get away with the loot? Or attack our own friends for trying to flee? Certainly not attacking our own friends, right? We punish those who betray us. We're like the vengeful good guys. Could lose them both, too. I actually don't know what the wiki says happens in these cases, and I'm not going to look, because I think that would taint my choice here. Telling lies on the internet. Alright, pirate. You get to escape this time. The pirate's too badly damaged to pursue you, and you catch up to the slugs before they jump. Ah, of course! We would never leave without providing the agreed-upon spoils. They transfer over a decent chunk of the profits and set off. See, they were honorable the whole time. I'm glad this all worked out well. Good job, everyone. Yeah, they just... Exactly, Johnny Bravo. They just forgot. And a friendly little reminder is all they needed there. Yep. Definitely. Just a friendly little reminder. Jump around this way. This has been overall a really good sector, by the way. I did not expect the Slug Home Nebula to be so... kind? Question mark? But it's been downright kind. This nebula looks like it's recently seen two ships exchange fire with mutually assured destructive results. Wreckage drifts by our screens and tumbles into the depths of the nebula to be lost to sight. Let's take a closer look. The wreckage is drifting faster than it first appeared. We barely avoid being pummeled by drifting wreckage. Unable to detect anything of interest, you decide not to risk your ship and prepare a jump. Small slug repair station. Greetings, traveler. Care for a fix-up? We could easily patch up some of that damage. No, yes. Would you like money? I mean, let's talk out payment first. That seems... we don't want any miscommunications. Just before the transmitters cut you here, they're not falling for it. Just kill the crew and we can strip... Looks like you're not getting out of here without a fight. Ooh, and 3 shields, too. Glad we have the burst laser ready for this fight. Otherwise, we would have had to flee here. Overall, looks like a pretty manageable ship, though. I want to damage the shields and the weapons both. Take a big chunk out of the hull. We're gonna... no, I like keeping the doors manned, actually. You have bested us. Will you accept what is in our stores in exchange for our lives? Of course. We will absolutely accept your surrender. What do you got? Here, we have lots of fuel. Take it all. We get 4 fuel. I mean, I did kind of need that, so... Thanks? Question mark? Thanks, question mark. Please, your worthy alien highnesses, we are unarmed and seeking asylum. You approach cautiously and weapons immediately spring from their hull. They didn't even waste any time on immediately betraying us. With a hella dangerous weapon loadout. What is that? And these ones want to surrender as well, even though our beam is cutting them in half actively. Alright. You may live. Take this newly developed weapon we're transporting. We're not going to be happy we gave it up, but that is for sure. We can accept the prototype weapon, the anti-bio beam, or we can take information, which will start the Slug Homeworlds quest. Let me remind myself quickly what that entails. Improved sensors. Perfect. Cool, yeah. This is a sweet quest line with an awesome reward. So the anti-bio beam is a beam weapon that damages crew directly, letting you score crew kills on ships that don't have shields. It's a decidedly unheroic weapon, that's for sure. Give me information instead. You ask where they were delivering the weapon. By telling you, we will probably die just as like as not. Oh well. They give you the coordinates of a prototype cruiser's mobile construction platform, giving us a quest marker in our next sector. We'll definitely visit that soon. And 1 drone part for 7 fuel, a great deal, sure. Sweet, that was a lot of fuel. Do not connect, okay. To the exit! Another slug-controlled nebula or a rock-controlled sector. I mean, the slugs have been kind to us so far. Surely more nebulas are fine, right? The slugs that live in this nebula field are a leisure-centered civilization. Everything in slug life is done in the pursuit of more currency and more time in which to spend it on extravagant ventures. This inevitably leads to much treachery in open space. That's true, Maniac, and I'm asking you do get less surrender requests if you're going for crew kills. It's true. Interestingly, this slug-controlled nebula is missing a big chunk of nebula. Kind of interesting. What we got? And yeah, the quest beacon would appear regardless of which choice we took there. Hiring a crew member would be nice, but I think we need this scrap for other stuff right now. I'm not going to hire anyone. Let's go right away to the quest. Feels right. Verify. Need level sensors level 2+ at the quest marker, which we have. Yes, we have sensors level 2. Okay. Onward! You arrive to discover an impressive cruiser being worked on by a few smaller ships and guarded by an assault ship. The mobile construction platform is slowly slipping into the clouds. You have not yet been noticed. Now, charging headlong won't result in a favorable outcome for us here. We have to tail them and then use our long-range sensors. You slip into the nebula undetected, but at this rate you are likely to get lost and lose track of them. But overclocking your sensors, they work long enough just to keep you tabs on their general position. After a time, the assault ship and most of the escort jumps away from the platform. We take the opportunity and move in to attack. The only ship left near the cruiser is an interceptor. This should be easy. It does power up the FTL drive in preparation for escape. At the same time, the cruiser's FTL drive does the same. They must be linked, not let them get away. Okay, that turned off the glaive beam and their FTL charge, so we'll be able to kill them with the next volley here. Get him. This is a glaive beam on their ship, the same as our gun. Ah! With the escort destroyed, you take a look at your impressive prize. The mission is too pressing to take a test flight. Before you rig the ship's computer to guide it back to the main Federation hangar, you discover a unique augment that duplicates the slug's ability to heal breaches. We get 51 scrap and the slug repair gel augments, allowing us to automatically repair any hull breaches we might have. That's something we'll probably end up selling at a shop. Hey, Zip. Hope your day gets a bit better from here. And yeah, Ubla, I have seen the Stealth B speedrun, or the FTL speedruns. It's all about using the long-range scanners to avoid combats where possible, and ideally getting a pre-igniter to instantly kill stuff with the glaive beam. Alright, what do we want our next... Oh yeah, we wanted to level up the shields, didn't we? Sounds grand. Pick some fights here. Direct attacks are not preferred by the slugs, but of the three we see at this beacon, one has the brass to make a move on our position. Also sporting a glaive beam, yikes. Gonna have to be really careful in our dealings with this one. We'll man the shields here. So that glaive beam will pierce through our shields. We only have 2 shields. Try to get the drop on it. No dice. Minimal damage. Will you accept what is in our stores in exchange for our lives? Sure. Get lots of fuel. Good. Question mark. The sandwich! Did you hear about the slug captain who sliced his opponent in half with a single swipe from his laser? He was beaming afterwards. An advanced rebel automated ship remains stationed near a small rebel space thingy. But it's impossible to tell what's inside. We could easily destroy this. It is an auto ship, and I think it's absolutely heroic to fight these for scrap. No human lives will be lost. Yeah. Let's attack the auto ship. Got that cloak. .38 scrap, and the station was either abandoned or stripped clean. Let's go. One more reactor power. Either this part of slug space is deserted, or it's too dense for even slugs to detect our presence. Either way, time to move. There are few more vicious beasts in the galaxy than a slug with his back to the wall. The faltering ship, armed with fire weapons, uses a remote hacking tool to try and disable your door system. They're going to try to burn you out. Probably unsuccessfully, I might add. They've got a fire beam and a halberd beam. A couple fairly dangerous weapons. But our shields will stop the beams. No problem here. Auto ships cannot surrender, that's right. They can charge their FTL and run away from you. But that is the only thing they can do. The slug ship breaks apart and our systems return to normal. Huzzah. Etc. You are immediately hailed by a dangerous-looking ship guarding a station. I'm feeling generous today. I shall allow you to choose your own death. Which do you like least? Shields, oxygen, or weapons? This guy will hack whatever system we name here. Or we can offer 35 scrap to leave us alone. I will pay you to piss off. I choose oxygen. A being that would choose suffocation? Who am I to judge? Our life support is sabotaged and they move into attack. Because we have level 202, it's not a complete hack here, fortunately. I see that our pilot is mind-controlled. I don't really like. There's a lot of systems on this ship I want to hit. Oh. Okay. All these. Perfect. Ouch! 4 damage missile. Scary. Collect what we can as the ship breaks apart. Easy like peasy like. Surprised we haven't run into too many of the events where the slugs are asking us to trust them. I would totally do that. Got a store too, nice. Go this way first. Ship emerges quite far away from the beacon. We see a rebel ship stationed to look for us. That we could pick a fight with, or we can cloak to stay hidden and avoid. Hiding doesn't seem very heroic, or very good. Attack! Attack. The beam damage is real, though. Huge amount of scrap. Good stuff. Guess we'll just try to go around. I'm probably not going to reach that store, but that's okay. Maybe there'll be another one. The Mantis attack ship here looks to have been hunting slugs on their home turf. A rare test of honor for the mightiest Mantis crew. Weapons up. Boy. Started the fire. Turn off these weapons a little bit. Hitting their crew teleporter might be a good idea too. There's a way to hit 4 rooms here, right? No? Oh, that'll work. Power the med bay. Currently in the sensors room. Ooh. Oh right, the venting is still happening. I do lethal damage? Let's find out. Hooray! It explodes, leaving behind a substantial collection of useful scrap material. But we are running low on hull, which is a little bit concerning here. Your training levels are starting to get to relevant levels. Almost, anyway. Yeah, we've definitely got the scrap. It's not the way to use it yet. The slugs here use a tactic you'd hoped you'd never see, hacking your oxygen-producing system and charging fire weapons. Thankfully, our improved subsystem is able to counter their hacking enough to keep the life support barely functional. So the O2 is not completely off, only mostly off. We had a couple slavers in Sector 1 Lamb going. We chose to do battle with them until they offered us a crew member, and then we liberated that crew member from them. Took them with us. Minor damage. Hooray. Collect what we can. More fights that we could go for. I'd really like to... We could actually jump through the exit to get to the store right away, and you know what? That's actually a great idea. Let's do that. You cautiously approach a slug colony on a huge asteroid. Business to be done. Bring us another beam weapon, halberd beam. You could also buy hacking. Target a single system, locking its doors and granting the ability to temporarily disable or disrupt it. It does take drone parts, but we have plenty of those. And that would allow us to use the glaive beam to deadly effect. Hell, we could even go glaive beam, halberd beam. And give up the burst laser. It is possible to get a win on this ship without ever getting a shield system balloon brigade. We did that relatively recently, in fact. Slug repair gel sells for 30, that's not bad. Let's fix up to 25 hull. Now we've done the double beam thing, but halberd beam, glaive beam would be hella effective. And we have enough drone parts to hack every enemy we meet from here to the end of the game. Hell, let's do it. That sounds really effective. Hacking get. Then we're gonna dive into the exit here. Oh, I should have bought fuel while I was there. Dang it. We've detected some worrying radiation coming from your medical unit. These guys don't look like engineers. We'll counter their hacking with our own... Wait, I shouldn't have done that. That then disables my hacking. Crap. That's okay, they only have a finite amount of missiles. I'm sure it'll be fine. Image report. Couldn't let them suffocate there, but that wouldn't be very heroic. Blow them up. Hey, CC Priest, this is a challenge run where we're challenging ourselves to take the moral high ground and be the good guys at every opportunity, although the slugs admittedly haven't given us that many opportunities to do so. That's the name of the game here. Okay, maxed out hacking. Should mean we have no problem with whomever our next opponent is. Tap the slug's comm frequency! They're planning to raid an infamous and likely wealthy pirate. Hey! That sounds vaguely familiar. When it comes to slugs, no news is not necessarily good news. We found the exit beacon, but the rebels got here first. We must survive long enough to be able to get to the next sector, and I'm going to go ahead and use our hacking to help me out here. Those shields. Maybe hacking weapons was a better idea. No, that would be foolish. Doors are on fire. That's not good. To another slug-controlled nebula. That's, yes, 3 slug sectors in one run. Wild. The slugs developed on an ocean planet where the ability to telepathically sense another organism was more important than sight. Today, they use this ability to navigate unfettered the depths of the nebulas they inhabit. This is on standby. They're not good at putting out fires, but they can at least try. Alright, there's our pirate quest. Pick a few more fights and look for shops. Buy fuel at. Worrying radiation coming from our medical unit. Counter the remote... Or no, don't counter the remote hacking. I need to be able to hack their stuff, so... Allow the hacking. Terrifying as that sounds. And then hack them ourselves. Pew. that's right, we don't have that bay available. So you two should hide somewhere. Cloak. Collect what we can. We don't have enough total system power in the weapons to also turn on the halberd beam. We would need to invest another 90 scrap into weapon control before we can do that. That's going to be a reasonably soon goal of ours. But essentially, our system is not sufficiently upgraded for that yet, is the short answer there. A slug transport ship is stationed near the bacon with a... Bacon? Near the bacon with a military escort ship. They massage you. We've been waiting for a customer for ages. Care to see our wares? Sure. Show me what you got, trustworthy gentleman. Before we get ahead of ourselves, I need to explain some ground rules of our transaction. These are dangerous times, yes? First, we accept no trades, coupons, or refunds. Purchases are final. Understand? I understand. We hold no liability for products damaged post-sale. We offer no insurance or customer service. Not a problem? Not a problem. Thank you. If you could do me one more courtesy, please die quietly. You suddenly hear gunshots aboard the ship. He must have been stalling for time while they boarded. We have intruders on board and an angry slug ship to contend with. Good luck to us. Fortunately, we could best them with our heroic ganging up abilities. Time. Can't hit the guns and the cloaking at the same time, unfortunately. Let's go. Let's do these four. You have bested us! Will you accept what is in our stores in exchange for our lives? Absolutely. You dishonorable merchant man. You have earned an honorable surrender? Yes. Take it and leave us be. We get 28 scrap, honestly better than most of the other slug surrenders we've taken. Not bad. Not too bad. Oh, and there's two stores here. Alright, well, good. A black market weapons trader spins you a tale of the dangers of the nebula before pushing his wares. You can ignore him, attack him, or try to purchase an unknown weapon for 45 scrap. We might get screwed out of the deal, and it's also, I think, not very heroic to purchase black market weapons from shady traders. But I also don't feel like we have enough of a moral high ground to attack this man, which is normally what I would do with the black market traders. So I think we ignore him. Now we've got perfectly legitimate gray market dealers right next door. We'll go spend our scrap with them. But if we don't buy his gun, maybe some kid will. They could hurt themselves. Well, it's an excellent point. Excellent point. Let's try to make our way towards the quest beacon, I guess. Gradually. I am feeling generous today. Which do you like least? Shields, oxygen, or weapons? Well, again, we'll choose oxygen again because of that level 202. Who am I to judge? Oops, I didn't mean to cloak there. Work out fine though. Good old preemptive cloak can be just as valuable. Taking down their ion weapon before they're able to fire it at us. Blam. Alright, that is now enough scrap for one more point in weapons, which means we can arm both lasers at the same time. Perfect. Yet another slug doing yet another oxygen hack. How many of these have we run into now? 3? Squeeze some extra power to the system. So I should be able to, if I just employ my cloaking right away. I bet I can destroy this ship before it even fires at us one time. All you gotta do is give him the old double beam. 1, 2. Kaboom! The slug ship breaks apart and our systems return to normal. Easy. Carve him like a roast, that's right. Connect, okay. Your sensors are no match for the slug's telepathic abilities. A ship we never even saw opens fire from astern. This is going to be our approach for most of these combats now. Hack down the shields. Give them 1 beam, give them 2 beam. Oh, they managed to surrender in the middle of dying. Alright, you get to live. I accept what's in your stores. 2 fuel, 1 missile, 24 scrap. There, now keep your word, for we have kept ours. Can do. Absolutely, positively can do. Direct attacks are not preferred by the slugs, but this one does, anyway. Let them live! There, now keep your word. Get another meager amount of material from another meager slug. One man's word is another man's surrender offer. And another slug attacking us, unprovoked. Let him live! We had lots of fuel! Take it all! And we did. Sure would have been nice to get some scrap, but I guess that's not on the table here. An advanced automated ship remains stationed near a small rebel space station. Without functioning sensors, it is impossible to tell what's inside. Hack into the station to prevent an alert, or pick a fight to get some scrap. You know what? I don't often take the blue options here. Let's use our stealth to access the space station. We successfully sneak by the ship and access the station undetected. It was apparently designed to outfit rebel ships with drone systems. We get 30 scrap and a combat drone Mark 1 schematic. Good. A rebel ship stationed to look for us. We'll pick a fight. It's heroic, after all. Yes? Please, take this and let us live. Sure deal. You may go, brave souls, you may go. Scamatic, how's it going, Animal? That joke has me feeling a little bit blue. The two slug ships are already carrying out their raid. One is in close combat with a pirate, the other seems to be heading for a small space cache. The pirate was protecting. 50-50 split, they say. Sure, we'll fight the pirate. The pirate with a Vulcan cannon. Oh yeah, and we need to hack your shields. The slug ship has secured the loot and is preparing to jump away. Let's go remind them of their honorable deal. Let the pirate escape and go after the slugman ship. Of course, we would never leave without providing the agreed-upon spoils. They transfer over a chunk of the profits and set off. As we laser the pirate over and over again. Easy. And just Sparky, yes! Did you hear about the space crew who fell asleep in the nebula? And we're all feeling a little sluggish. Alright, we can jump here and then back, or we can just leave with our 6 fuel. We'll go to the NG-controlled sector. I've had enough of nebulas. I'm surprised we got through so many with relatively little difficulty, admittedly. This run is in really good shape for the next few sectors. Hell, we might even go up to Shields 3 shortly. But then to 4 fuel. Might be a waste, but we'll see. It was a waste. Very well. We've arrived in NG space. The Mantis have been threatening the NG core worlds, but we should be able to stock up for our journey. Something that I noted within those 3 slug sectors is that they have no distress beacons, so nothing that was pulling away our pathing there. You follow the distress beacon to a tiny asteroid belt, finding a small ship struggling to maneuver through the field. Help! Our shields are down and we won't last long. Well, let's help them. Trying to shield their hull with ours. We succeed, somehow, miraculously, in preventing them from being entirely destroyed, but the ship took a number of hits in the process. They offer us scrap and fuel they were mining out of the asteroid, giving us huge fuel and huge scrap. Good. Very good. Oh no. We have a store we can jump to. Perfect. Getting close to leveling up on repair. Your scrap, ours. Our weapons for you. You're about to raise the shield when you realize it's just an NG trader looking for a trade. Full with combat drones. I love the combat drone Mark II. So power expensive. 4 power though. Sell the one that we have. I don't think I want to go like double combat drone control. Not gonna have the scrap for that. A little bit more fuel to get us out of the sector with. And do we want to buy ourselves a Zoltan? James Pomeroy? Yeah, let's get one more crew that is also a point of power. That sounds grand. Them in the room. Let's see, a little void. Actually, an asteroid field's not too bad. We have upgraded. Let's get to level 3 shields, actually. And then we can easily go into an asteroid field with no problems. A pirate ship was lying in wait and moves in to attack. Pirate ship with 4 Zoltans on board. 4 Zoltan and an NG and a crew teleporter. Fascinating. Preemptively cloak there a little bit. I think there's an easy way to hit 4 rooms, right? Is there? Oh yeah, that works. Instant death to that Zoltan. They offer to give you some of their goods if you don't destroy their ship. I accept. Pretty good offer too. 3 fuel, 4 missiles, and 32 scrap. Accepted. Finish fixing that. Bailey leveled their repair skill. Good stuff. What appeared to be a single damaged ship is in fact two ships that have smashed into each other. There's a flurry of comm signals and damage, and it's hard to determine what occurred. The vessels appear to be NG? They look locked together by the impact and can't free themselves. Now, if you have an NG crew member, they'll be able to tell you that these two ships are actually completely fine, and they're in fact doing something rather personal with one another. But we don't know that, and we're looking to help people, so pry them apart. To your surprise, one of the NG vessels attacks. One ship detaches itself, surprisingly still quite whole, and opens fire. Looks like it has somehow identified you as hostile. I can't imagine why. Wow. And they've got a hell of a set of defense drones here. Doesn't look like I can break through, not easily. I could use the hacking drone trick to sneak a hack through with a lot of effort, but it would be a lot of effort. So I think I'm just going to run away from these guys. It would be unreasonable to slay them anyway. And Jerry the Zoltan will join us momentarily. After months of waiting. Months, I tell you. Ooh. My beams. Slice and dice. Please let us live, they say, and so they shall. I accept your surrender. Now we're really starting to feel the impact, I think, of our challenge conditions on this run. So many surrenders we've had to take. So much scrap denied to us because of that. Oh, that's a cool idea for an augment, Brain Fist. There is an augment, the reverse ion field, which gives the player a 50% chance to ignore ion damage, and that doesn't work on system cooldowns, like cloaking or hacking or anything. But it would be really cool if there was something to reduce that cooldown, or just the duration of ionized systems. Very little of this run remains Opal Operation. We're in Sector 7 of 8. All we have to do is get to this exit beacon, and then we have to go face the flagship. So we're maybe 20-30 minutes away from the end here. Onwards. A manta ship hunting in the distance with a civilian ship in pursuit. Or pursuing, rather, a civilian ship. We'll help them out. Oh, I actually didn't mean to hack right away. Fred. Whoa! Fire in the hole there. Good lord. We're lucky our crew weren't killed by that. Get them! Contact the civilians! It's a good thing you came when we did. You would be dead now otherwise. I'm a shipwright, and I'd like to help you like you helped me. Gives me 29 scrap and the heavy ion weapon, which is a overall pretty terrible weapon in FTL, but definitely something we can sell for scrap. Heavy ion is 2 ion damage for 2 power with a unmiserable 13-second charge time. Not enough to keep the ion damage permanent on any one system. So it's almost a useless weapon on its own. Although it can, in a pinch, strip a layer of shields. Yeah, did I mean to open this door? I wanted to, just wanted to vent the fire in the shields. I don't think I actually wanted the O2 room to be open. Oh, and the... Jerry, not James, that's right. Jerry the Zoltan! Welcome aboard. Thank you for the reminder there, Omni. Much appreciated. In here, so let's jump like here, then here. As soon as you jump into the system, you receive a hail from a nearby NG vessel. Their captain appears on your screen. Strange bug. Can you assist in debugging? What do you got? Found malfunctioning mantis. Believes it is human. Will receive input only from human. Danger evaluation extremely high. Provide assistance. We have both a human and a mantis that can attempt to communicate with the mantis. I happen to know that using your mantis results in a violent outcome, but if you send a human, you get a peaceful outcome. The mantis is grateful to see, quote, another human, and introduces himself as Robert Smith. He explains he's from a nearby human colony and would appreciate being returned there. The colony is a mining operation that specializes in FTL fuel. Robert's family, the head engineers, are excited to see him and are very grateful for his return. Apparently he ran away to, quote, join the Federation like his older brother, but was never accepted onto a ship. We can ask for either an engine upgrade or we can get another mantis on board. Engine upgrade actually sounds pretty damn good. They are happy to take a look and are able to offer some suggestions for improvements, upgrading the engines by 1. That was a 40 scrap worth upgrade. That's pretty good. Pretty good. Let the man has live his dreams of dying. Make contact with an isolated NG space station who are staying put despite the likelihood of Mantis invasion. They suggest you trial some experimental technology. Here, have some random tech. Maybe it won't blow you up. Can buy fuel here, but we have no need for fuel at the end of Sector 7. And we do find a sneaky hidden store around the back here. The NG can do remarkable things with just a pile of scrap. The NG Hive at this beacon are selling equipment for just that. We want one more weapon. We can add the Heavy Laser Mark I to our barrage. Could go for crew teleporter to teleport mantises on board. I'm going to sell this heavy ion. There are 8 sectors again. That's right. We're almost at the end here. 50 missiles. Could take Emily another Zoltan. What are we doing on overall power? We're almost capped on overall power. Yeah, I'll buy Emily. Welcome aboard. And Emily has maxed out weapon capabilities, which is more than anybody else can say. Bailey's almost there. But almost doesn't count. We do get a whole repair as we jump to the exit here. Sandwich! Sandwich the Zoltan. Accept. See you later, Conscious Current. We're offered a damage repair here. We can ignore this because it's time for the last stand. You arrive at an outpost close to the Federation base. Your access codes get you past initial security, and an officer sets up a direct feed to the Federation base's war room. Admiral Tully speaks first, saying, "What is the meaning of this? Who are you?" Your explanation is met with murmurs of cynicism and disbelief amongst the officers. General Turzil of the NG Brigade speaks up. "Intel suggests potential counter to rebel technology. Risk all or save none." We explain that the rebels, have a giant flagship that is simultaneously their weakest and strongest point. Surely us, a mere messenger, can defeat it in one-on-one combat. It is settled then. The rebels will be here in a matter of moments. We will do what we can to hold off their warships, but you must succeed in destroying this flagship. Your current outpost can provide repairs and fuel, and the others can provide aid as well. Ooh-la. Ooh-la. And Adam253, thank you so much for the incredibly generous 1,000 space dollary dues. Hope you're having an excellent day as well. Ooh-la. And onwards. Here in Sector 8, we have to... Oh my. We have to reach the Federation base before the Rebel flagship does and destroys it. Herblam. Contact their would-be victim. Thanks for the support. I don't know how much longer we could have held on. Take some supplies that we probably won't need at this point. Good. Do I up the dodge chance more, or do we go shields 4? Let's upgrade get some buffer points in various subsystems here. Upgrading our piloting to be able to take another hit. Upgrading the doors to be a bit more reinforced. So the Rebel flagship always takes 3 jumps to reach the Federation base. Got some repair stations, which will give us more drone parts and hull here. Rebel Scout on attack approach to a small outpost. Defend. Wait, oh, I clicked on engines? Oh, I totally did. That actually means I have to flee now. Hopefully I don't misclick on the flagship like that. Oops. No way to unhack that either. Goodbye. Let's correctly hack this time. Click on the shields room. Pew. No time, because the fleet is nearby. You know what? I'm gonna go back to that enemy that we failed to kill. It's the only heroic thing to do, really. The outpost hails you! Those bastards expected free service just because they defeated the Federation. Take this for the help. Chatter on the comm suggests the nearby Federation base is outfitted with a repair station. Quickly help you repair your ships and give you some supplies. More shields and more engines. Let's go. Federation ships are scarce in the region and of space despite a number of civilian space stations. We see a small bomber squadron engage with some Federation scouts and move in to assist. Got an overcharger drone. That's going to be a bit of a complicating factor here. I think it'll save them, though. Nope. It sure won't. Explode, leaving a substantial collection. Useful scrap material. Alright, the flagship's at the base. Let's go defend it. We have anything else we want to do? Let's level up the doors to max. And level 302 might have been reasonable, but you only need level 202. The flagship does have a hacking system, and that can complicate this a bit. This is it! The Rebel flagship. If you're able to destroy this monstrosity, the Federation fleet will have a chance of surviving. No turning back. Hacking sensors is ideal. That won't be impactful to us. I'm gonna patiently wait for them to cloak again before we try to hack them. Yeah. Beams are ready. Go. Beam 1. Beam 2. Kerblam. Just as we finally gain the upper hand, it finds a way to make an FTL jump. Gotta keep up that assault. Now, we can't quite do that in Phase 2, because Phase 2 actually has 2 more points of hull than Phase 1 had. Means this could get spicy. You chase down the flagship and discover it is heavily damaged from the previous fight. Scans indicated that has redirected considerable power to the drones. Time to get ready for a fight. Got a boarding drone. Two mantises should be able to fight that. Fortunately, no hacking on the flagship this time. Because there's no way to hit 5 rooms on this. I think we figured that out last time. Can do 4, but not 5. You can do 4, but not 5. In that case, let's damage the weapons. Shut the offensive systems off for a little bit. Welcome back to the doors room. Little bit of damage snuck in there. Shoot, the halberd beam got taken down, so it's probably going to take a third volley here. Probably right. Nope. Just as we finally gain the upper hand again, it finds a way to make an FTL jump again. You've got to keep up the assault. Again. Alright, only one phase left. The final phase sports a Zoltan shield, which is going to prevent our hacking drone from getting through, at least for a little bit. We'll max out the piloting. Onwards. You're not certain how it's been able to keep fighting with the amount of damage that it has sustained. Looks like it's transferred power to the teleporter, as well as some kind of super weapon. Be prepared. This is it. Okay, so we're going to be continually boarded by nonsense here. Going to complicate matters here. Just managed to get the pilot in there in time for some evasion there. And now we can hack. Uh-oh. Okay, nothing hit the guns. Good. Fire the beam weapons. What's the way to hit 4 here? There. 1 beam, 2 beam, red beam, blue beam. GG. Thanks to the valiant effort of the Goody 2 Shares and her successful crew, Faley, Good Guy, Chuckin' Man, Phil, Mustafa, Jerry, and Sandwich. The rebel flagship was destroyed, throwing their fleet into chaos and ensuring Federation victory. Ending score, only 4673. That is a bit lower because of the normal difficulty of the run. Let's see what the stats were here. 1989 scrap, despite the many surrenders we had to take. We ended up getting a lot of scrap overall. I do think that was partially due to the long-range scanners that our ship started with, allowing us to make up for the scrap deficit of having to take surrenders here. GG. I agree, Brainfist. It would really be nice, I think, if there was a way to somewhat randomize or change up starts in FTL. The game does a pretty good job by offering you 28 different ships to start with, but it would still be nice to have some kind of changing there. GG, everybody. What a fantastic run of FTL that was. The good guys win yet again. Next up, we're going to dive on into some Slay the Spire and play, I think, a few more runs of our Runic Dome ladder. But before I do that, I am going to take a quick break, refill my legs, stretch my water, run to the bathroom and all that. I will be right back, everybody. And then it's time for some Spire. Be right back, everyone. Alright, everybody, we are back. Thank you so much for the... while I was away. In response to your question about Binding of Isaac Stixu, Isaac, I think, is a pretty dang good game. It is a game that I prefer to watch rather than play. And I do have, like, genuinely, I think, 1,000+ hours of watching Binding of Isaac experience, whether it be a couple shoutouts to Binding of Isaac streamers that I really like, Problems IRL, big long-time fan of theirs, and they've been an Isaac streamer for a very long time, and Lethal Frag built his channel on Binding of Isaac, and is a big inspiration for my channel. Cool game with tons and tons and tons of different items and interactions. A hell of a lot of game knowledge to absorb in that one. I don't think I would ever want to stream Binding of Isaac personally. I do have some weird feelings about the kind of, like, grossness angle and toilet humor that the game employs, and it's not quite the atmosphere I want to put forth on my own stream, if that makes sense. But I do adore watching it, and I think it's a super cool game. Likewise, Firebird Lover finds that they prefer watching Spire rather than playing it, and that's totally fair to feel about any game, I think. Totally, totally fair. Isaac also does have a great soundtrack, which is always a point in the game's favor. And with the newest expansion, Repentance, the game is got so much content in it. It's easy. I think you could play for just like 300 hours just unlocking everything, right? Crazy. Anyway, let's kick it on over to some Slay the Spire here. Take the title. We did try Noita, Robzor. That was our community game a month or two ago. kind of a fun little one to explore. Noita is definitely one of those games where part of the fun and discovery is kind of figuring out how to play it, as so many of the rules and mechanics are not immediately presented to you. Okay, this might break again when I change the thingy. Yes. Okay, now we're good. Excellent! You wrench fun from the game. A good way to describe Noita, I think. A very good way to describe Noita. And yeah, don't forget to vote in the... Speaking of, you know, community-voted games, we do every month a game voted upon by the community for me to try out. Some really good picks on this month's list. Some really, really good picks. I can't wait to see which one comes out on top. A god in one moment and a corpse in the next, or on fire one moment. And covered in electricity the next. Our current ladder challenge here in Slay the Spire is Runic Dome. I wasn't sure whether I was going to do this ladder or not, but we ultimately decided to do it, employing the aid of the Bestiary mod made by OJB in order to help out a little bit, which lets us bring up the, essentially the wiki page for any given enemy in-game, so that we can talk about how best to strategize around beating them. That still leaves us at the whims of enemies who have randomness in their attack patterns, though. I have not played or even seen a whole lot of Outer Wilds, actually. So that game is totally new and fresh to me. Games that are on the list that I have seen / played, however. Stardew Valley, I have about 300 hours of playtime in. I've watched a little bit of Teak play Monster Sanctuary. That seems a cool game. I have about 100 hours of Bloons Tower Defense 6. And a little bit of experience with Vault of the Void. I think we checked that out one time, maybe, but I'd love to give it another go, now that it's gotten some content patches. But I have not played any Outer Wilds, I have not played any Witness, I have not played any Arcanium Rise of a Khan, and I have not played any Sentinels of the Multiverse. This letter dies either to Writhing Mass or Gremlin Leader or Time Eater Dice Sphere is another good candidate for who might kill me. Time Eater, especially on Ascension 19 and 20, when they add Slimed to the deck, is a really, really gnarly opponent with Runic Dome. Go infinite every time. Yeah, if we end up playing Stardew for one reason or another, it'll definitely be a new farm. I have not played Stardew in quite a long time, since like 1.2 or something. Whenever the initial multiplayer release was the last time I played Stardew. And there's been at least 2 or 3 content, like big content patches for Stardew since then. Anyway, let's play some Watcher on Ascension 5. This is when we stop getting a full heal after boss combats. We do have that 4 energy per turn, but we cannot see what our opponents are doing. Spooky stuff. 4 elites? I mean, as only Watcher can, right? I love going 4 elites with Watcher. Require an early shot, too. Several elite rich paths. We could definitely go... Well, actually, only go 2 if we go anywhere left. 2 is... I tend to shoot for an ideal, so to speak, of 3 elites in Act 1. More than 3 is really dangerous. Less than 3 is suboptimal, it feels like. We have optionality in our pathing here, too. We don't have to fight another elite immediately. Let's take some combats, get some card rewards, and go from there. I do want to go for 4 elites, if possible. So, Lice, we set our 75% chance to attack on turn 1. They attack for up to 8. We may take a little bit of damage here. Negatory. 6 plus 9 plus 9 is more than 20. So we can go Eruption, Strike, Strike, and Strike to kill all of them here. Picking up 20 gold and an Explosive Potion, making our early combats nice and easy. Interesting options here. Select, Evaluate, Like-Water. You take a Storm plus knowing you have 4 powers already and a Frozen Egg, you're in Act 1? Go for it, dude. Yeah, absolutely, I would take a Storm in that situation. So, Collect is an energy generating card. It's a little slow. I like Collect with a Toxic Egg or an upgrade of some kind. Also pretty good with Dead Branch. Evaluate is kind of the same. It's a block card that give you a +1 draw. Essentially a little bit of a worse version of Shrug It Off is how I like to think of Evaluate. Or Like Water, it gives us 5 block at the end of any turn where we're in Calm. I think that's a cool way to get block. Kind of passively and automatically is good for Runic Dome. And we're going to be wanting to not end turns in Wrath anyway. So let's take the Like Water. I'll do it. I'll do it. Don't think that I won't. So this is 9... 33 damage, which is not enough to kill, of course. Enemy attacks for 6 on turn 2, and every turn thereafter. They do for 4 more, so 10 on this turn, 14 on next turn. Should strike them one more time. We'll take 1 damage here. Now, 6 plus 12 is 18. Okay, that was a little bit awkward. Kuzarek boss? I'm fighting 4 elites. Flame boss. I mean, Pressure Points does pair with Like Water pretty well. Pressure Points is a fun one. You apply 8 of a status effect called Mark, and then all enemies lose health equal to their mark. It's a acceptable damage card on its own. Doing 8, then 16, then 24 damage. But in duplicate or triplicate, Pressure Points can get really wildly out of control. We're gonna try it. And if I lose Runic Dome Run to a Pressure Points deck, I'm actually okay with that. That Talk to the Hand would have been real nice, letting us gain block by spamming attacks on enemies. But wasn't to be, unfortunately. That's great. Ooh, Battle Hymn. Battle Hymn, I think, is a card we should absolutely positively take, as it'll make it... It's a one-stop shop. Access to a lot of physical damage. Good with the Runic Dome, and very, very, very notably good against Act 1 elites, and against the Slime Boss. Many things that we're about to fight. So I really do like Battle Hymn here. Fresh Joints and the Sash Whip are also decent, applying weak or vuln appropriately. Glad to hear it, Football Absurdity. Here's hoping we can make this into a real deck. It's hoping. Okay, it's enemy attacks for 10 on turn 1 and turn 2. Gets weird from there. Or 11, rather. Okay, taking 6 here. That's fine. Get him, like water. And now we don't know if we're being attacked again or not. Doesn't matter because we have lethal. Smites do 24 in Wrath. Pretty wild. Empty Body, not as interesting with a Like Water. I'd love a second way to enter into Calm instead. I think Sash Whip is pretty decent. One more attack with a Weaken. But I also want to keep this deck small to make the pressure points work, and I think we're actually fine with the Battle Hymn. So I'm going to go directly into an Elite Combat from here, skip this card, see how that works for me. Ooh, and potions. Really good potions. Really, really good potions. Let's go Blessing Distill over the Explosive Pot there. The Knob. Alright, we'll just play everything on turn 1. Easy. Battle Hymn and Vigilance. Strike next turn. Still Chaos. Let's see, if I go Battle Hymn, Strike, Strike, Pressure Points this turn. And then Blessing of the Forge next turn. Let's see, we would do 20 damage this turn. Next turn we have a Smite, Eruption, and 2 strikes, all upgraded. That'd be 9 plus 18 plus 18 plus 32. As an upgraded Smite does a base of 16 damage. So 18 times 2 plus 9 plus 32. 77 plus 20, 97. That's a guaranteed kill next turn with the Blessing of the Forge, so let's just do that. So we upgrade all of this, that makes the Eruption 1 cost and upgrades the damage on the Smite and Bow Strikes. Easy. No problem with the Knob at all. We got a Ceramic Fish giving us more gold whenever we add a card to the deck. And Wave of the Hand is kind of interesting here, allowing us to apply Weaken to all enemies. I think we should take this. It's artifact removal, it goes well with our Like Water, and it's good mitigation. All things we're going to need to go with our pressure points. I'll take it. And then we're going to upgrade... maybe Like Water. Going into these next few Elite fights. Upgrading Battle Hymn so that we always get it on turn 1 could also be really, really nice. To guide us through Act 1. It'll eventually become a detriment. But it'll be really good in Act 1 to have the Battle Hymn upgraded. Could be something we eventually end up removing. Three elites coming up. Yeah, I am gonna upgrade it, actually. Make my life nice and easy. Sentries are next. May end up liquid memorizing the Eruption, depending. Hey, Loose Riontos. No, we didn't lose as many subs as it might look. The current sub count is quite a bit higher than that, but I've wanted to switch to a month-to-month style, where I'm only counting... this goal up top here is only counting the subs from this month. And so it should go... It'll reset at the start of the month instead of periodically dropping like the overall sub-goal did. But no, it wasn't that bad. Okay, perfect. We actually full block with Vigilance, Defend, Defend here. Do that. Apply some weak next turn, too. Good evening, /Lewis. Yeah, so both the front and the back one are attacking again on this turn. Full block with only a single defend. These smites are adding up. Beautiful. Easy. Pick up 33 gold in the Ginger, which makes us immune to Weaken. We're offered another Battle Hymn. 2 Battle Hymns is too many, if you ask me. 1 is perfect. Especially 1 upgraded. Do I want an Empty Mind? Not really. Do I want a Just Lucky? Nah. Just Lucky could be good. Oh man, I should have taken the Just Lucky! Because now we have a Golden Eye. Whenever we scry 2 more cards. And that is an excellent thing to, 1, to support a pressure point stack in general, and 2, it's just really, really good to have Super Scry with Watcher here. Time to wake up, Egg Boy. Alright, let's see. Eruption... 24 times 3. Plus 9. Plus 12. 93. So I can't quite kill here without a potion. With the potion, we do have lethal in hand, which is wild. It also block pretty well. I'm just gonna go Eruption Smite. 1 time, Defend Vigilance. Can only take 2 damage here. See, Legable attacks for 20. Also attacking for 20 on this turn. Down to 15 with Weaken. Easy. Ah! Oh. Oh my. Well, that's a hell of a reward. Vault plus Dead Branch from the same elite. Pretty dang good. Dead Branch says whenever we exhaust a card, add a random card to our hand. Kind of insane with an upgraded Battle Hymn, giving us cards that exhaust. Vault also exhausts, and it also gives us an extra turn. That extra turn generates an extra card from the Battle Hymn, too. And works with Wave of the Hand. This is already a very self-synergistic deck. Irreversible Trauma, thank you so much for the 6 months of support. GG. And yeah, this is certainly a deck that would want a Master Reality, upgrading generated cards. The Smites and the Dead Branch cards both would be upgraded. So if we find Master Reality, we will definitely take it. So 1 or both of these fungi beasts could be attacking me. They have a base damage of 6. Goes down to 4. Weakened here. Either were attacking me. Great. Just lovely. Could kill one of them. Then the other one will attack for 15. So we could full block actually with the liquid, with the energy potion. I'm in. Oh yeah, and we have, of course, Dead Branch, so... Picking up a fairy in a bottle. When we would die, healed at 30%. Ray gives us insights, which are pretty good with the Dead Branch. Don't know that we want the mantra, though. Rush down, draw cards when we enter Wrath. It's also decent. So my general rule, Chicken Man Phil, is that I tend to like to add about 5 cards pretty quickly. You know, 5 cards to get ready for your first couple of elites. And then once you're at 5, it's... And this is more on Silent, to be clear. Because Silent has a larger starting deck. You really need like 6 to 7 on her. But 5's the time when it start to be correct to at least consider skipping. Your first 5 or so cards you really shouldn't skip almost at any cost. More accurately, you should start to skip when you're ready to kill your Act Boss. And this deck is ready for Slime Boss with Battle Hymn Vault, for sure. So, we'll skip. And if you see cards that are good or synergized, or maybe they're upgraded for free with a... with an egg or something, then it could be worth it to add, you know, many, many more. As ever, indeed, the answer is, it depends. In Slay the Spire. Kill you. Smite, Smite, Strike, Strike is a kill, but also uses all of my energy. I do have Dead Branch. And Liquid Memories. By Liquid Memories Eruption, can I kill both the front and the back? 3 minus 9 is 24? Yes. Yes, I can. Okay. Let's do that. Ice Cream run is already absolutely bonkers. Ice Cream lets us conserve energy between turns, and there's a scrawl here to let us draw until our hand is full. That's also a winner. Not the world's worst windmill strike with a vault, believe it or not. Regal Pillow heals us more when we rest. Quite frankly, I don't expect to ever have to rest with this run. We're already so good. And we have a fairy in a bottle, so I'm going to take the Sapphire Key, such that we may get better relics in the future. Ow. Sands of Time could be good too, again comboing nicely with Vault. But I don't feel like it's necessary. Okay, upgrade number 2 is going to be either Vault or Scrawl to make them cheaper, I think. Taking a Snecko Eye, maybe. Okay, I'll upgrade Wave of the Hand then. And if we don't take a Snecko Eye from this fight, we'll upgrade Vault and Scroll in the near future, especially with Ice Cream. Slime Crush. All that. Slime die. Easy. Unfortunately, none of these cards are Master Reality. However, there is a second copy of Vault here, and I think that would be incredibly good. Again, generating another Smite, generating another Dead Branch card, and just giving us another turn of energy with 4 base, possibly more, going into Act 2 here. With the Philosopher's Stone, which gives us more energy per turn, but all enemies start combat with 1 strength. Could instead take a Black Star, giving us extra relics from elites. I do think that's okay here. But this is most certainly a deck that massively, massively, massively benefits from even more energy per turn, right? It's not just +1 energy each turn, but also +1 energy each time we play Vault. Although the additional enemy strength is a little spooky. Big detriment right now is that we still have all the starter cards, so we can have pretty bad hands. We also have rough turn 1s with the Battle Hymn. I think I want the extra energy. This Watcher is going to thrive with the Ice Cream. So let's go Philosopher's Stone. Not even considering poor Tiny House there. Someday, Tiny House. Someday. Okay, this deck really wants upgrades, but there are not a lot to be had this act. Unfortunate. I think I'm gonna go for an Act 2 Burning Elite. We've got a couple good potions to help make it happen with. So I'm gonna go for this Elite, and we might go to the shop too. Probably will, in fact. We also have Fairy in a Bottle, so I'm extra not scared. Avocado. Always attacks. Enemy never does anything that isn't attacking. And they'll occasionally attack for a bigger number. There. All the smites. Scry. Definitely want some Scry. Again, we have the Golden Eye. So we Scry 2 more, which means Third Eye is 7 block, Scry 5. And Cut Through Fate is deal 7, scry 4, draw 1. Let's take one more block card to go with Wave of the Hand. Grab the Third Eye here. The birds are here, able to do up to 2 times 6 each on turn 1 here. Yeah, I lucked out there. I'd have to be a Distilled Chaos. I can knock one of them out of the air. Strength you. Alright, we'll distill chaos here. Excellent. Good job, Dead Branch. Upgrades, apparently. 0 cost attack. I like Evaluate. It's 10 block and shuffles an insight for Dead Branch value. Or Empty Fist Plus. I think we Evaluate the Dead Branch interaction. How do I feel about events versus combats right now? Some events. 100 gold or 275 plus a regret curse. Fitting. No shop coming up though, right? Well, only if we go here. I don't want to have a regret during the Burning Elite. Plus we already have more money than we're going to need. Let's take the 100. More turns, please. Enemies don't attack on turn 1. Turn 2 they sure do. Let's see here. Bring Wrath was a brave choice. Okay. Being attacked for 24 here. For all of that. Spirit Shield Vigilance will almost be a full block. We gotta block 12 times 2, 24 damage here. So this would be 11 plus 11, 22. We get there fully with defend. Okay. It's only 12 on this turn again. Perfect. Pressure points does indeed bypass block, yes. Sure does. Didn't help here, but did use it to remove an artifact at least. Love this Meditate. Meditate gives us another way to enter Calm for our Like-Water. It also lets us put a card back into the hand, letting us get back pressure points, Eruption, or whatever else we might need to function. Another Stinky Bird. Bit of triple blocked, actually. Ow. Thought I could get away with being a little sneaky there. Parker, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the 2 months of support. Glad you're enjoying the content enough to consider resubscribing. Deus Ex Machina with Dead Branch is one of the most overpowered things ever. It immediately exhausts when you draw it, giving you 2 miracles, which themselves give you an energy and exhaust, with Ice Cream, and all of them make new cards from Dead Branch. This is insane, and upgrades to be 1 more miracle, so it's 1 more card and 1 more energy, if upgraded. Very, very strong. Oh dear. We get ourselves a +4 strength Book of Stabbing. Yikes. That means that Book of Stabbing will on turn 1 attack for 11 times 2. And in general, the multi-attacks will be 11x. It's a lot. So that goes down to 7 times 2. We'll take 1 here. Or 3? 8 times 2, excuse me. Math is very, very difficult, as it turns out. And I'm going to hurt this book. It's the last thing I do. Would have been nice to have that establishment, but out of vaults. Is there enough damage in the drop pile to get a kill? Looks like a no. Let's see. 30 plus... no. Maybe with the attack potion we could. Otherwise, this is actually only technically turn 2. So I only need to block for 24. That's pretty easy. In case we'll use Establishment. And Tantrum, Omniscience Tantrum. That'll be 9 plus 18 times 2. Should be enough, right? Yeah, good. Omni Tantrum. 31 gold in the Juzu bracelet, guaranteeing that we don't find regular enemies in question mark rooms. Could take an upgraded Bowling Bash, not feeling much of a reason to do so, though. Go to the shop, I have way too much money. There it is! Master Reality says, whenever a card is created during combat, upgrade it. Yes. Yes. Big yes. Absolutely. Definitely. That'll upgrade all of our smites, it'll upgrade the insights, it'll upgrade the miracles from Deus Ex, and most importantly of all, it'll upgrade everything from the Dead Branch. Metamorphosis is kind of funny to go with it, actually. I like the Sling of Courage a fair bit, starting at each elite combat with 2 strength. Could take the Bird-Faced Urn, healing us 2 whenever we play a power card. That's pretty good. There's also an on-sale Lesson Learned if we want to be able to permanently upgrade cards in our deck by killing stuff. All of these are great. Bird-Faced Urn seems a bit on the pricey side, though. Oh yeah, and I'd want to remove a Strike card, too. The Lesson Learned helps us make up for the lack of fires that we've gotten. We can just upgrade, 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 upgrade at every combat. That'll be great. powers do I have? 1, 2, 3. 6 health per fight? That's pretty good, but... Is it 292 gold good? Not sure about that. I mean, I could afford it. It's not alongside the Sling of Courage. I'm taking the Sling of Courage. Giving us more Strongitude in elite fights. I'm going to save the rest of the cash. Panic button's somewhat tempting. Yeah, we have no idea whether Gremlin Leader is attacking. That's a little bit worrisome. Just a little bit. Steady, huh? Put that study in play. Oh good, we did get attacked on turn 1. That's excellent. That means we're guaranteed not to be attacked by Gremlin Leader now. And we did get the Master Reality in place, so now the Dead Branch is generating upgraded cards exclusively. What I wanted there. Being damaged twice, huh? Good stuff. Fortunately, lesson learned. I have a kill here, hold on. Yeah. Eruption gets upgraded. We also scored a bag of marbles, causing enemies to be vulnerable on turn 1. Tipping Fury is interesting, drawing a lot of cards, but we have hand size issues already, I think. Branch cannot make Lesson Learned, no, unfortunately. So glad to hear you're liking Dicey Dungeons, Logan the Bard. It's been great revisiting that wonderful title these last few streams. So good. Alright, this time we're going to remember that Chosen is actually attacking me on turn 1. 6 times 2. Or 7 with the Philo Stone, excuse me. Now the Cultist is attacking for minor damage. Missing our lesson learned, but that's okay. It's a good turn. Yeah, I'll just bank the energy then. Oh, but I can't play Volta and Meditate. What am I doing? Alpha's a fun one here. Take the scroll, actually. Plunger Blade Plus, which will make an Expunger Plus. So I could just summon this, Miracle, Scroll, draw it, and kill with it, but we do have a Lesson Learned I want to land, so hold on. One moment. There's Lesson Learned. Could do stuff with the golden eye or whatever, but still necessary. A man with an eye patch and a devilish grin strides up to you. Hey there, stranger. Interested in advancing science? Either get Jax, giving us strength in exchange for health, transform 2 cards, getting new ones in exchange for probably some strikes, or obtain a special relic giving us temporarily 3 strength on turn 1. Not bad with Bank of Marbles, but I'm leaning towards transform here. Turn 2 strikes into something else that'll prevent Lesson Learned from upgrading strikes randomly, which we don't want anyway. And whatever we get in replacement might be better with the upgrade. We get an Establishment, which is pretty cool with Vault and Smites and stuff, and our Meditate. And a Wreath of Flame, making our next attack do 5 more damage. I wouldn't say that was overall amazing by any means, but not bad. Overall, yes, I would say that the Jax Dealer is one of the game's best events. Definitely. Oh good, I can in fact go Eruption Vault here. Good. Again! Man, that was so close to a triple kill. This guy's only attacking for 8, base of 7 plus 1 from the Philo Stone. Omniscience! Judgment! Got him. Whetstone upgrading 2 attacks at random is pretty good. That'll get Lesson Learned. That's it. There's only one unupgraded attack. It's Lesson Learned. I guess we could take the Sands of Time and get a free upgrade on it. But I'd rather have another third eye. Truthfully. That's right, Chicken and Phil. You get 3 options at the Jax Dealer event, and all 3 of them are taking some kind of drug. No choices otherwise. Perfect. So Snake Plant attacks for... it's gonna be 9 times 3 with spooky Philo Stone. No. It's a bigger number. Strongly contemplating going Eruption, playing the Smite. We get an upgraded card. I'm gonna do it. This may require me to use my potion. Yeah. Definitely. Right, back into com with me. It's not even that good a block overall. Dang. Big dang. This turn we're not being attacked. Don't need a third eye. 2 is good. Six damage each. Like we're gonna let them be for a little bit. 12 total with all of them weakened here. Oh, right, because we're getting our Philo Stone. Philo Stone Runic Dome is really throwing me off. Oops. That's okay. Okay, now they are 6 plus 5 is 13 base, with weakened goes to 9, so 18 to block them both this turn. $16? How does math even work? No one knows for sure. Finally, the pressure points deck. Where? Oh, yo! We got there. Oh! Pressure points. Yes. Finally, our second copy of real pressure points. You know what? I'm taking it. Fighting Collector? I have a Farina bottle. Let's just go for the guaranteed upgrade. On the other vault. Okay, that'll be a good turn next turn. It's a random one. Fair enough. Nice. Let's get the defenses down for the moment. of establishment. Okay, on this turn 4, the Collector always uses their Mega Debuff ability. Start getting those pressure points going. Oops. Made a mistake. Could also get Divinity next turn with this Warship. You know, Divinity sounds pretty good. Here's lesson learned even. Is that going to be a kill? Let's find out. Answer is yes. GG. Dead Branch wins again. Offered a second Scrawl. I think 2 Scrawls and 2 Vaults is crazy good deck control, especially with Dead Branch, since they all say Exhaust on them. Scrawl helps us find the Master Reality more quickly, helps us get our energy going more quickly. Honestly, it's great. This could be fun alpha, too. Alpha Dead Branch Ice Cream. But no, Scrawl. Snecko-Eye. You know, you're far too late, Snecko-Eye. Could take Empty Cage to remove 2 more cards. Dunk, maybe defend in the remaining strike. Or we can take Fusion Hammer, going up to 6 energy per turn. We can no longer smith at rest sites. Again, I think this deck does want additional energy per turn with the Ice Cream and the Vaults and such. This deck can use almost an unlimited amount of energy, in fact. Hey, Nate and Sal, I'm doing great. Thrilled to be here in the Spire. Live on Twitch. All things should be. And we have lesson learned to upgrade our cards anyway. I really like this Fusion Hammer. I think 6 energy is going to serve us extremely well. If we didn't have the Ice Cream, I would feel differently, but because we have Ice Cream and because we have Dead Branch to generate essentially unlimited cards, life is going to be good. Several ways to do 3 elites here. I don't want to hit any fires, though. Let's do these 3. We get to go to this shop. I only fight 2 elites if I go to this shop, and if I go to this store, I have to go to a fire that I don't want to go to. So, start here. Crap. No, I did that wrong. That's actually lethal. Fear pot kills, though. Yeah, let's just do that. Ha! Like I never used it at all. A second upgraded like water? Sure. Deck would love some more passive block. And we're offered madnesses. Making random cards in our hand free, they exhaust so they generate a new card immediately. Kind of slow us down a bit though, and they're not upgraded madnesses. If we had Toxic Egg, I would take these. But I think without, I don't want them. Retrace our steps. Oh, combats? Combats. 3 slime boys. How many upgraded prostrates is too many? Yes. More sight. Casual scry. 7. Establishment is now innate, showing up in our opening hand. Ooh, 3rd pressure points or 2nd meditate? And I wanted this to be a pressure points deck, it's gonna be a pressure points deck. Fly 8 mark. Good afternoon, Fob Man. So, Ma, we haven't talked a lot about enemy AI patterns here. Well, let's bring up our bestiary mod here and show off what this enemy can do. So, Ma always starts with Aurora, inflicting 3 turns of weak and 3 turns of frail. Afterwards, has a 50-50 split between Slam and Nom, either 30 damage or 5 times T, where T is the number of turns. So on turn 2, either 5 or 30, randomly. No way to know which one it's doing right now. And then it has the Drool ability to gain strength, which it always uses after the multi-attack. Always uses Drool after Nom, but if it uses Slam, then it's then again 50-50 Nom or Drool. Essentially what that means is that it either goes big hit, then multi-hit, then buff, or multi-hit, then buff. But it can't do... It can also do big hit, then buff. But it can't do multi-hit, then big hit. Interesting. Hopefully we're not getting hit for 30. Good. So that was the Nom, the multi-hit, which means that on this turn, the enemy is not attacking us. Period. Energy. That's a big skewer. I want to meditate the lesson learned, though. Was pretty tempting, though. Convenient. Get the Master Reality upgraded, making it 0 cost. Again, great with an ice cream deck. And we will skip all that. How do I feel about Speed Pot versus Dex Pot? Let's go Dex Pot. Speed Pot only lasts for 1 turn. I have no way to keep it. 582 gold for the Lord Red Mask. No, thank you. It's too much money. Uh-oh. Our turn ones have gotten weaker. It's a bit sketchy. Lucked out, though. So Nemesis has a fairly random attack pattern. Only 3 different moves. Add 3 burns, attack for 7 times 3, or hit for 45. That's a 35-35-30 split between Burn, Multi-Attack, and Scythe. The Scythe can't be used twice in a row, the others can't be used 3 times in a row. Oh, we just get to keep going. The courier means the merchant restocks and is 20% cheaper. Very good with this much money. The Pringles, man! Like, I think we put them on screen at the same time once. There's something about the little icon. It's like the little mustache of the Pringles guy. Great. Tranquility is okay with Dead Branch. Feels like we have enough commentaries already, though. 2? Is 2 enough? 2 might not be enough. Just don't really want to take it and have Lesson Learned hit that instead of something else, though. No, thank you. Let's go Wave of the Handball. Attack for 10. So Reptomancer could be summoning or could be attacking on this turn. Oh, those are the only 2 things in the draw pile. I understand. Let's see. Bing. Etc. Double. Master reality. Meat on the bone will heal us if we ever end up below half health. Don't need a wheel kick there. Toy Ornithopter heals us whenever we use a potion. Hey, yes, Scuba John. Hello, hello. Free Hyper Beam, my god. The power. A blonkage. Every time we deal damage to Transient, they reduce their own likewise. So the goal is to do enough damage to them that they can't hurt us. 90 is a good amount for that. Final turn. Anyone interested in some pressure points? Got pretty close to a kill here. Hell, if I'd used the Fear Potion, we would have actually had it. Pretty wild. Two Fairy in a bottle, and an upgraded Just Lucky, which I will take. Got some fairies to free. Is lesson learned. How's it going, Unrecovered? We are indeed sporting 6 base energy here, which I think is the first time this has happened in the Dome ladder. I think so. There's lesson learned, bottom card. Shouldn't be surprised. Question card gives us more options from future card rewards. Wishes Well, not that good. Normally being able to wish for money is really nice with the courier, but we're so late in the run, I don't think it's worth it. But I will take 2 more cards on turn 1 with Bag of Prep. Strange Spoon's kind of hilarious. Cards that exhaust when played will instead discard half the time. Not so good with, you know, Dead Branch, right? But we could potentially get more Vaults, more Smites, more Miracles, more Insights, you name it. There's a lot of things that can come back with the Strange Spoon. Yeah, Strange Spoon activating will negate Dead Branch. Take a Defend out. I'm going to take the Art of War. Extra energy if we don't play any attacks on our turn. Do I want Lash of Steel? I'm not sure that I want any of the rest of this. Could keep digging and buying stuff, but we do have another shop coming up in not that many floors. Just go to the next one. You spot a loose brick within a pillar that catches your eye. You find a folded note and a card inside. It reads, "The heart awaits." This is your handwriting. Get a hello world and store a card, which could be a lot of different things. I think a Lesson Learned Plus is an excellent thing to store. Could also store Scrawl, we could store Master Reality Plus, we could store the Deus Ex, we could store Vaults, we could store the Battle Hymn Plus. A lot of different good options here. I think the Lesson Learned is probably one of the best, though. Let's put that Lesson Learned away. And now we have a Hello World to go with our Master Reality. This event is pretty rare, Sins of Death. There's 2 rarity tiers of events in Slay the Spire. So-called, I think, normal events and then shrine events. And note for yourself is a shrine event, meaning it has a lower chance to appear than other events. Additionally, there's certain conditions that prevent this event from appearing. It will not appear if you're above Ascension 15, and it will not appear if you are not playing on your highest unlocked Ascension level. So if you only play on high Ascension or only try to unlock new Ascension levels, you'll never see this event. And we got another merchant. Ooh. Sporting a Cloak Clasp. At the end of each turn, gain 1 block for each card in our hand. That sounds pretty damn good to me. Great with our, whatchamadoodle. Wave of the Hand. Hello World is going to give Watcher cards, and might even generate pressure points, which are a common. Yeah, I'm going to take the Cloak Clasp, and I think it's freeing 3 fairies time. Come with me, fairies, if you want to live. Not sure if I want the smites right now. Currently being attacked for 23, so Weaken 1 already has a bonus point of strength, too. And this is exactly a full block. I'll take one, though. So Awaken 1 attacks for... There's only 2 attacks in Phase 1. 20 damage, Slash, which always happens on turn 1. And the 6x4 Soul Strike, which has a 25% chance to occur on this turn, and a higher chance to occur next turn. This turn could hurt a bit. I'll take a follow-up loose. Lesson learned is already in the... Oh, we removed lesson learned, that's right. I was like, where is my lesson learned? I understand. Okay. Still gonna play quite a few powers here. Including that Hello World, it only feels appropriate. "28 block as long as we're in calm." I just never leave calm. Everything should be fine. More pressure points! Okay, with 11 points of strength, the multi-attack is going to be 17 times 4. So, 48 per multi-attack. 12 times 4. Spooky. Oh, more pressure points! The Hello World is, in fact, generating upgraded pressure points. Amazing. Good job, Hello World. You did it! You did it, Goku. Okay, and then the turn after they wake up, they attack for a base of 40, which is now a lot higher than 40. Thanks to the 11 points of strength here. Rotten! Also now play the power without making them stronger. 15 times 3 from the multi-hits now. So noted. Ginger. Looks like that boss could have used some pointers. To thump, but deep pulsing dread could be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the spire, the source of the missing to thump? You prime your fingers with maximum pokiness. Poke the heart for 1405. Hey, Jaco, thank you so much for those kind words. Been a pleasure to have so many people on this wonderful, wonderful Twitch journey with me. And I feel truly lucky to be able to do what I do and support myself. So thank you for the long-term viewership and for the kind words. Medical kit might have been nice here. I think we're gonna go with 3 fairies, though. No need to buy a new potion. Don't want a flying sleeves, don't want a bowling bash. Let's just move on forward. Nice turn 1. Omniscience. What am I omnisciencing? Nothing is the answer. Refine cards next. Perfect. Again, perfect. Okay, we got lucky that we didn't get attacked by the spear on, by the shield on turn 1 there, excuse me. More upgrades on random generated cards. Brilliant. Okay, give me 1 insight, plus. And a new turn, please. Boop. There is 1 more pressure points in the draw pile. If I can find it, we immediately get a kill with it. Easy peasy. Amazing. Lantern gives us 1 more energy on turn 1 to go with our ice cream. Don't want to talk to the hand. Don't want an empty mind, because that leaves calm. Let's just go forth with our 3 fairies and a surging sense of accomplishment. Or what have you. Greetings there, Mr. Hart. Let's see. 2. We play all the powers. Next turn I'd like my Vault back. Didn't get into Calm Stance there. Didn't play Vigilance or Meditate. That might have been foolish. Might have been. No! My Vault! No! Please. Haha! Just make a new one! Never had a problem in my life. Easy game. Yeah, let's play that. Glorious. Judge, I demand a recount. Yes, put me in calm, please. Four turns? 4 turns. More copies of Alpha also, apparently. I see that we've run entirely out of block solutions. Ow. Shuffle an Omega into the draw pile. I'm gonna go ahead and play that Omega 2 times, yeah? So now we do 120 damage at the end of each turn. Going. Blam. Also, ow. Boom. $180 damage per turn. My pressure points. All in the draw pile, I understand. Oh no, you don't. It's not a pressure points win, then what's the point? And boop. GG, everybody. GG. Get those fairies out of here at the top of the spire. 1, 2, and 3. Bye-bye, friends. See y'all later. GG, everyone. What is it? Exclamation point. Fairy release, right? There you go. Spire sleeps. And so shall I. GG. Got to feature some amazing value. Got Hello World generating upgraded pressure points for us. That was super cool against Awakened One. And we got to leave a lesson learned in the Note for Ourself event. A lesson learned plus, in fact, for a future Baylor to be absolutely thrilled by. See you later, Krogzar. Thanks for dropping by and doing the mod duties as ever. Next up, it's time for some more. A run with the Ironclad on Ascension 6. We start each run damaged, missing 10% of our max HP. Quick little break before we jump on into the next run. Use the bathroom, refill my water, stretch my legs, and all that goodness. When I return, the Ironclad dons the dome and goes bravely forth. Be right back, everyone. Alright, you cozy cooties. We are back. While I was away, Azrium1, thank you so much for that Prime sub. And for continuing the channel support. Give me that dome. Gimme, gimme. A reasonable opportunity to kill our Burning Elite in Act 1, not a great one. Also a really good path here, Fire, Elite Fire, Fire, Elite, Elite Fire. That's 4 fires and 3 elites, versus if we go for the Burning Elite, we only get 2 fires and 3 elites. I think I'd rather have the increased upgrades. Well, this starts out with the 4 question marks in a row. That could be a bit awkward. Do it anyway. Dudley Doodle, thank you so much for the Prime sub. So determining the ability to take on the Burning Elite, this is mostly the location of the Elite. The later in the act your Burning Elite is, the safer it is. Very notable thresholds that make your Burning Elite easier are going to be if there's a fire immediately beforehand or a number of fires beforehand. And whether or not the Burning Elite is before or after your mid-act chest. If it's after the chest, you get that bonus relic, and that definitely helps a lot, too. Not always, of course. Sometimes you get a relic that doesn't do anything. But more often than not, this relic will help make the Elite quite a bit easier. So we can reliably gear up for an Act 1 Burning Elite with this much prep time. But I still think I want this superior overall pathing, getting a bunch of upgrades. Although, again, I don't like the 4 question marks. We'll have to see how this goes. I think even with 4 base energy, thanks to Runic Dome, and an upgrade on Bash, if nothing else, that first Elite will be manageable, regardless of what happens here, there, or anywhere else. Use both strikes. This enemy can attack for 8, 12, or 0, depending. Full block as much as we can. Get the kill here. Absolutely, said Ferret Boy. I think ladders definitely make me a better player overall. We started doing the ladder streak challenge on this channel more than a year ago now. A little bit before the Watcher was first introduced. And in those 18 or so months, ladder streaks have been a very significant portion of the Slay the Spire content on the channel. During that same period, I have seen my win rate at Ascension 20 climb higher and higher. So I definitely feel like I'm getting better at this game as I play more of it. And I feel like I owe a lot of that to the ladder challenges, especially ladder challenges that have forced me to play in different ways than usual. The small ladder in particular, where I had to win with less than 20 cards on each run, really felt like it taught me a lot about how to win with a you know, without adding a lot of cards, and how to manage the randomness. See, Cleave or Headbutt. Headbutt lets me put something back on top. Cleave is great AoE, and I really like Cleave for our Slime Boss. Cleave is also a pretty good upgrade, 11 damage to all enemies, and I think we're going to end up upgrading it just by virtue of how many upgrades we have here. Let's grab a Cleave. Money and a Doubt. Unfortunately, with no shop coming up, at least none planned, we could get a random one. But I'm not going to take a stinky curse and then fight an elite with that curse still in the deck. That's a bad idea. But I will take 2 random upgrades for 16 health. We can just rest at one of these fires to get the health back, and maybe we just end up stronger for it. A strike and a defend aren't exactly huge upgrades, but they do help. More block, more damage. Get full value out of a heal here for 35 gold, or take a card out of this deck. Removing a card lets us redraw the upgraded strike and defend more frequently. Yeah, I'll take a strikeout. It's a reasonable heal, though. You know, if you're getting full value out of the heal, it's a decent idea. And our last question mark, health for money. I'll make the trade. We said we could afford to rest. We'll do that probably in our next elite. But first, let's get Bash upgraded. Make sure we can apply a vulnerable for 3 turns. So we go into our first elite with just essentially the starter deck, right? We didn't get a potion. We only fought 1 combat. We have upgraded Bash, upgraded Defend, upgraded Strike, and 4 energy. How does that match up against an elite in Act 1 is the question. The answer may surprise you with how good it is. 16... Yes, easy block next turn. Yeah, Brain Fizz, I think that the ladder challenge definitely requires me frequently to try to win in conditions that are really adverse. So, you know, if we're trying to get 20 wins in a row, excuse me, eventually one of those runs is going to be really unlucky in its card rewards and its relic chance, in its relic outcomes and the events, you know, what have you. Not too bad, by the way. We only took like 12 damage there. Getting a Shuriken, giving us strength every time we play 3 attacks in 1 turn. Really like Disarm as a block card when we have Runic Dome. But yeah, the ladder streak to me is a big question of risk mitigation. You know, how do you continue to win your Slay the Spire runs when you get a bottom 5% outcome? How do you pull your run into an upright position after taking a severe loss here and there? It occurs to me that this path that I've picked for myself actually only has question marks and elites. There's no regular fights. It's not wise. Oh well. Blood for Blood's pretty good too. It upgrades to be 3 cost, 22 damage, and gets cheaper whenever we lose health. Perfected Strike. We already removed a strike. It's not bad though. Take the Disarm. I really like Disarm with Runic Dome overall. We'll get the Cleave upgraded for more AoE, and I'm going to keep going for this 3 elite path. Hey, meat on the bone. If our hit points are at or below half after combat, heal 12. That means I don't need to rest. We can just plow forward here. I will upgrade Disarm. 3 strength lost. So here is where the deck stands. Again, mostly just the starter deck and a few upgrades. But that's okay. 1 strength, please. Lose 3 strength, gain 2 strength. It's net -1. Ow. $28 gold and the boot! Whenever we do 4 or fewer unblocked attack damage, increase it to 5. Thunderclap pairs reasonably well with our Cleave for some really good AoE with Vulnerable. Nice with the Shuriken too. Take Flex for temporary strength, or could take Sentinel for a block that gives us energy if we exhaust it. But I think this Thunderclap is fine. It even gets boot value. And we get a random combat, which I'm quite grateful for. Because 1, this is meat on the bone value, and 2, boot value. We'll get another card reward. With an offering. Lose 6 HP, gain 2 energy, draw 3 cards. I mean, yeah, right? Definitely. Not a bad clothesline either. We have the energy to play it, and the weaken is good with Dome. But I am definitely going to take an offering when I'm offered one. especially with meat on the bone, to let me play it to my heart's content. Hopefully getting one more combat, but probably not, right? A merchant. A merchant who offers me Chemical X. Fascinating. Interesting. You know, I'm oddly tempted by Hemokinesis plus Rupture here. There is a Searing Blow, allowing us to upgrade it any number of times. Shrug is good block. Potions are not bad. We have yet to see a single potion this run. I've already killed 2 elites. Pretty wild. If we take the Chemical Exo, Whirlwind would become really good. I really do like this Rupture, actually. Whenever you lose health from a card, gain a point of strength. We take the Hemokinesis to go with it. The Hemokinesis and Offering both proc the Rupture, and we have Sustain in the form of the meat on the bone. It'll be really good damage output. Let's do that. Take the Rupture, take the Hemo, remove a Strike. Keep this deck nice and small. And then we'll make a priority to upgrade the Rupture for 2 strength per hit point loss instance thingy. Well, really better to do it this way. So, Lagavulin is attacking for 17. We full block easily. And we win easily. 18 plus 13 plus 10. So close. The Champion Belt says whenever we apply Vulnerable, apply 1 week. This Thunderclap is now fantastic, as is the Bash. Very, very good. Second Wind Evolve Power Through. Statuses. Not a deck that really wants a Second Wind or a Power Through. Seems like we're really heavy on the offense here. So I think we're going to keep it small. These would all like, if I could take all 3 of them at the same time, I would. We're not going to have any troubles against Slime Boss, I don't think. Skip. Get our Rupture upgraded. 2 strength per instance of health lost. Good. Double good. Excellent, next turn. Alright, 99 health. How about none T9 health? Splits in 2. Got their respective things that they can do, or I can just split them both. The green ones have a higher chance to attack, but do less damage. GG. Alright, well, we have Rupture to gain strength, we have AoE Vulnerable, we have Shuriken for strength. Hard to go wrong with a Reaper here. Do damage to all enemies and heal based on the amount of unblocked damage that we do. So this is a good way to sustain ourselves through our self-damage. Otherwise, Corruption lets us play skills for free but exhaust. We only have Defense and the Disarm, so not a great Corruption. Or Barricade to let us retain block. Again, not a lot of block happening. This Corruption could become good, but I think this Reaper is much guaranteed to be better. Let's take this Reaper. Oof. If only he'd thought to take the Evolve. 3 relatively stinky boss relics here. All give me an extra energy every turn. The Cursed Key gives us a curse whenever we open a non-boss chest. The Mark of Pain puts 2 wounds into our draw pile every combat. And the Sozu means we no longer obtain potions. By the way, we found no potions in Act 1. Not even from the boss. Wild. Let's take a Cursed Key. Cursed Key, I think, is the least painful downside of the 3. We can skip chests if we need to, in order to avoid being cursed. Could be a Burning Elite fight, we'll see. Go to this fire. I'd like to go this way, we might not do it though. Let us take a few combats though, we want some potions. And stuff. The Frail. Definitely. 21 plus 12. So 21 plus 13 is 34. Or 12 plus 22, 34. One off here. So we'll go Strike, then Reaper, then Defend. Booted on. By the way, Traps, thank you so much for the 11 hecking months of stream support, the almost year. Don't really want a Twin Strike. I would take an upgraded Twin Strike. Would take an upgrade, any upgraded strength scaling card, or even an efficient, unupgraded strength scaling card would be good. No to the fire breathing or reckless charge. We're gonna keep it nice and small. Very much. Boot value. This is a more painful... Yeah, there we go. Upgraded strength scaling card. Heavy Blade Plus. Strength affects this card 5 times. Sure. Wouldn't have taken that at all without the free upgrade on it, but the free upgrade makes it an easy proposition for me. Snecko confuses us, causing all of our cards to be a random cost. Try to Reaper here. Fine. Actually, wait. It'd be better to get meat on the bone value. Perfect, up to 51. Rage gives us block for playing attacks, and this is definitely the sort of deck that would really appreciate that. Yes, yes. It's also free, right? If we're just spamming attacks, we don't need to worry about whether the enemy is attacking or not. The rage happens regardless. I think that means I'm going to remove an unupgraded defend here, rather than a strike. Feels a bit spooky to pull defends out of the deck, but I think is the correct answer here. Chance at a curse? It's only a chance, I'll take that chance. Excellent. We get the blue candle. It's here. Unplayable curse cards can now be played whenever you play a curse, lose 1 HP, and exhaust it. Amazing. We have Rupture Synergy now. I guess that means we're going to be opening chests and taking curses for better or for worse. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Move onwards, coughing violently. That's wild. Upgrade the rage. And man, we still didn't find a potion. Jesus, dude. Alright, we'll fight the Red Mask Gang, who will hopefully drop a potion. Amongst other things. Norson, thanks so much for those 100 bits. This would be 12 per enemy. Oh, more than that, actually. 15 per enemy. What is the order of card playing to get the most health out of these nerds? That is the question. If I Thunderclap, Reaper will get back 36 health. That's almost perfect. We do better than 36. Actually, it won't be 36, will it? Yeah, 36. We can Hemo first for the strength, but if we Hemo any of them, we're reducing their health. The problem is if we kill one of them before playing the Reaper, then we don't get back as much health, right? So if we go Hemo, then Thunderclap, that'll be 19 plus 10. A total of 29 damage. Bear just barely survives that. This looks good. We also lose minus 2 HP from the Hemo itself. Back up to 78. Good. And our first potion on floor 24. This is definitely a personal record for me of longest duration of run to the first potion, middle of Act 2. Incredible. Second Rage is kind of interesting. I also really like Burning Pact, letting me exhaust and draw. Especially with 5 base energy. Yeah, I'm going to take the Burning Pact here. And we're going to go on to our first... to our Burning Elite fight. A max HP Gremlin Leader. There's Rupture. Yeah, we can kill the Fat Gremlin, disarm the leader. Bash does how much? Not quite enough to kill the angry boy. Let's do that. Yeah, the leader did attack. It was very weak. Guess I'll just get hit by the gremlin again. Moogle King Mug, thank you so much for the 5 months. One more to that half here. Exact lethal, too. Brutal. Art of War will never do anything, probably. If we somehow manage to not play any attacks, we'll gain additional energy next turn. Love to see Brutality. At the end of our turn, lose 1 HP. And draw a card. Yes, please. More strength and more card draw. Open the chest! Bottled Lightning. Start combat with a particular skill in hand. Offering in the opening hand is not bad. Yeah, offering in the opening hand is really good, actually. Take that. Right, I'm gonna just, like, not block at all, and we're gonna hope that goes well for me. Hence the poking. Toxic Egg will upgrade any and all skills we would add from here on out. There's that Whirlwind we wanted with the Chemex. I'll happily take a War Cry, though, letting me draw 2 and put a card on top. Ever worth keeping around for the recurring Rupture procs? I don't think so. Pain now would be worth keeping around, but I don't think Rupture is. Or Regret is. Okay. Ooh, upgraded Master Strategy is crazy good card draw. Just thinking about a card removal, but this is excellent. Yeah, this Master Strategy is excellent. Give me that. Regular Inflame? No thanks. We're gonna do this all with Rupture. Spoon for Rupture Candle, I like that. We'll be upgrading Offering so that we draw 2 more cards on turn 1. Which feels pretty important. Rupture. Can do better. Carnage Plus hits hard, but it's not a strength scaling move, so I don't think that I want it here. So Thunderclap, Emo, Cleave, Disarm. Bash back on top. Perfect. Thanks for the full heal, hee hee. Man, this deck is so sweet. Vajra gives us yet another point of strength to work with. And upgraded Shrug is pretty sweet. Upgraded Arma could be nice too for upgrading everything in hand. We have an awful lot of draw power. This upgraded Shrug is awesome though. More draw on the Pact. Good recall here. Could make Brutality an ace. Could make Reaper do one more. Let's just upgrade the Burning Pact draw. Okay, we're never getting attacked on turn 1, but I'm just looking for, you know, Rupture. Just looking for Rupture. There it is. Sweet. These minions always attack for 7. That's the only thing they can ever do. Whereas Collector has a much more complicated pattern themselves. They always spawn 2 Torch Heads on turn 1. And they always use their Mega debuff of Weak, Vulnerable, and Frail on turn 4. Otherwise, they either Fireball or buff. Fireball for 21 damage or give everybody 4 strength. If there's not enough minions dead, if there's at least 1 Torch Head dead, they have a chance to revive the Torch Heads. The basics of it. More strength, please. Yeah, that was the Fireball. And on this turn is the Mega debuff. Bonk. Wow, that Heavy Blade slaps. GG. Elixir lets us exhaust any number of... Oh, Limit Break! And it already says plus on it. Hell yes! Double our strength. The Re-strengthening. This is perfect. We're already doing lots of good strong, but Limit Break Plus is going to put us into hella lots of good strong territory. We finally found some potions. Elixir lets us exhaust any number of cards in our hand. That's okay here. I wouldn't call it amazing. Nah, we'll keep the other potions. Wow. How often do I get to say this? Runic Cube is better than Snecko-Eye here. That's so cool! Dude, perfect. Runic Cube says, whenever you lose HP, draw 1 card. Suddenly, no downside whatsoever for our Writhe Curse. No downside for the Regret. No downside for any of it. We're drawing an extra card from Brutality. We're drawing an extra card from Offering. We just get a ton of card draw with Runic Cube here. Now, that said, some of the other options are pretty good too. Snekowai is 2 more cards drawn each turn, in addition to making our cards random cost. I think on average the random cost is pretty bad, right? 0 cost, 0 cost, 0 cost, 0 cost, 0 cost. We have, you know, Heavy Blade and Bash, but that's about it. Or Coffee Dripper. Gain energy at the start of our turn. We can no longer rest at rest sites. I don't think we need resting too much, and the extra energy is nice, but not nearly as nice as the additional card draw of this Runic Cube. Jowlge, thank you so much for the 19 months and the Tier 1, and Zengineer, thank you so much for the 6 months and that Prime sub, the whole half year. Heck yeah. But yeah, let's definitely take Runic Cube. It's so cool to see that being the... might even have been the best single boss relic that we could have seen. Would absolutely not take a Tungsten Rod at this point, Gek. Tungsten Rod deactivates both the Runic Cube and Rupture from taking effect. That is the big sad. Pretty good path. 3 elites. Get an early shop. There's also 3 elites. 1, 2, 3 here, and a later shop. Let's do that one. Defense versus combat. I would take 2 normalities. I would. Sign of Rupture, unfortunately. So, Regret is 2 strength and draw a card. So good. 2 strength, draw a card. More strength, draw a card. Won't actually kill them, though. Draw a card. This Burning Pact really lets us get back to the limit break over and over again pretty easily. Okay on weekend with just Bash and Thunderclap are doing it, honestly, with Champ Belt. We could add an uppercut or a clothesline, but I don't feel the need to. Upgrade. Let's upgrade Hemo for +5. More strength gain. Anger's pretty good. It's just a 0 cost attack. Anger actually seems fairly excellent here. This is a late game Anger pick. Yeah. I'll take it. Deal 6 and add a copy of this card to the discard pile. Straightforward but effective. Go this way. More strength gain with Sling of Courage. Pummel is excellent. Sword Boomerang is excellent. Card removal is excellent. Let's cut a strike. Combust here is somewhat helpful. It does cause us to take damage once per turn, which will proc our Rupture, giving us more strength. Only problem with the Combust is that it won't benefit the Runic Cube, because it happens at the end of the turn, so it'll draw and immediately discard a card. I like the Pummel, though. Pummel's really, really, really good damage. 2 damage 4 times, and the fact that it exhausts shouldn't matter, because everybody should die as soon as they get hit by it. Lose a defend! Who needs them? Hey, congrats on beating the heart with all characters, Omdolm. That's a huge accomplishment, and certainly not easy to do. There's Rupture. Over there. So 14 strength on turn 1, for those keeping track at home. $436. Hold on, I want a Reaper, though. Bruh. Furia lets us gain strength at rest sites up to 3 times. Okay, even more Strongitude. Dark Embrace. Whenever a card is exhausted, draw 1 card. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's a lot of card draw. I'll take it. That is a lot of card draw. Uh-oh. Spikers! My one weakness. No, Spikers. We need Rage immediately. Please. So now with Dark Embrace in play, these curses are not 1 but 2 cards drawn. Beautiful. Spikers and Reaper, you take the Thorns damage first and then the healing applies. Pretty sweet. So for here, damage, then heal. Or Warcry. Enemy doesn't attack on turn 1. There it is. Rorg, etc. Norsim, thank you so much for that tier 1 gifted sub. To Hydrogen Slush. And Trampage, thank you so much for the 22 hecking months of support. And boom. Big strong. Regret is block and exhaust, but blocking? Blocking? Who needs it? Give me a curse. Another regret. Calipers were for people who have block. Instead, we'll take the blue key so that we can go to Act 4. Why is it so hard for Rupture to be in the top 10 cards, though? That's what I want to know. Ew. Oh. Could kill her now. Would like to heal with Reaper. Good. Boop. Magic Flower increases the amount of healing we get during combat, so our Reaper is 50% more effective. We could take a second Brutality or a Combust. The Brutality won't give us additional strength, but it will be one more card per turn, whereas the Combust is no more cards but is more strength per turn. I think I'm going to say no to all of it. Chop with 144? No. It is Jawworm time. Finally, Rupture was early on. Glorious. Nice. Caw. Easy. Another Heavy Blade? I think so. Yeah. I think so. Grab our last key and we'll use the final fires to lift. These curses are so good. I love it. Bonk! Pretty okay turn 1. Now I have boot value. There's Reaper. Charon's Ashes. Whenever we exhaust a card, it does 3 damage to everybody. A little bit of added AoE is solid. Our potions are great too. Would we wait against Writhing Mass for a curse? I can't. I've Reeked Dome, so I can't. I don't know if they're cursing me or not. Otherwise, maybe. Transient's gonna be fun. I think we can kill Transient if we can get Rupture down on turn 1 here. If we can get Rupture down. There it is. Yes, good. Strong Bonkening. 32 Strong. That feels like this is going in the right direction. Did 400 damage on turn 2. That's a pretty good amount of damage. Give me your health! GG, nerd. Transient down, second limit break yet. Because we needed another one. And now we lift. The Strunkening. Alright, Time Eater's a boss or whatever. That's not going to work out well for them. We do have to be mindful of that 12 card limit. Every time we play 12 cards, Time Eater will forcibly end our turn, gaining a couple points of strength in the process. Dang it, Rupture. There you are. $40 strong? 47 times 4? Seems good. Yeah. Nice. Got him. Two thump, a deep pulsing dread. Maybe felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire, the source of a Bonkening? And the lifting, too. We are at 3 points of innate strength. There's the tungsten rod that we didn't want. Whenever we would lose health, lose one less. Medical kit could let me get rid of status cards in the heart fight. That'd be pretty nice, especially with the Dark Embrace. We can buy another Dark Embrace. Or yeah. Honestly, I think just the medical kit is good here. Stuff. Yeah, let's take the medical kit. Unplayable status cards can now be played, which exhausts them, doing 3 damage to all enemies and maybe drawing us a card. I could take another Shrug Plus, but I honestly don't feel like I need it. Skip the Shrug. Blunking is for fools or whatever. You know, we've drawn Dark Embrace on turn 1 like 3 times, but we've never drawn Rupture on turn 1. Oh well. C'est la vie and all that. Why is it so hard, dude? Come on. Doesn't have to be this way. Whatever. Wow. And what an appropriate last relic, the self-forming clay. Whenever we lose HP, gain 3 block on our next turn. That's gonna be a lot of free block against Heart. Like, a lot of free block. Second disarm for Hearts. We only need the 1. So, Runic Cube versus the Heart is where this really shines. Every time we lose HP, draw a card. Well, every time we play a card, the Heart does 1 damage to us, which means we can draw a lot of cards. Disarm. It's Reaper. Seal here. Always on the bottom. Why? There you are. Aha! Strong, please. And then we're gonna go Limit Break, Liquid Memories, the Limit Break, played again. We're at 60 strength on turn 1. Which seems pretty good if you ask me. Oh no, I drew entirely status cards. Whatever will I do? 865 damage. Bonk. Hold on, we can do more. Do more. And back to full health. GG. Actually, wait. Yeah, let's go to 999. We can do that. We're not being attacked on this turn or next turn. Close enough. The 242 heal. GG. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. GG, everyone. What a run. During the end of that VAR, thank you so much for the 14 months. Love to you too. Much love. So, Runic Cube was an average of 2.3 cards per turn. That's more than Snecko Eye would have been, card-wise. With no cost randomization either. 4 health off Magic Flower? 4. No, that's about right. 4 energy off Art of War? Impressed. 40 curses exhausted. And 37 Shuriken procs. Wow. What an excellent, excellent run. Has it been done? The Spire sleeps. And so... shall I? No, not yet. A little too soon to say, Apnea. I'm guessing... I'm guessing just a silent run, but we'll see. I'm finding that the Runic Dome runs are tough to do 3 or 4 back-to-back without the intense, but we are going to be diving on into a second one here with the silent on Ascension 7. This is where normal enemies start to get a little bit tougher. That's that exclamation point filter the Spire mod is finding us our guaranteed Runic Dome starts. So again, unable to see enemy intents, but an extra energy every turn. This is a weird act layout. Ew. I would normally feel okay about burning Elite here, but 2 shops in a row at the start of Act 1 with only 99 gold is not very good. Although that would be 3 elites if we could handle it. If. Being the operative word, feels a bit more reasonable to go like... Fire, elite, fire, elite. 2 elites, 3 fires is fine. So for the current challenge, Diobakis, you're looking at the ladder streak, where we start at Ascension 1, and then we increase the Ascension level by 1 every time we win. So we had to beat a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to get here. And if we win this, the next run will be on Ascension 8. If we lose anywhere along the way, it's all the way back down to Ascension 1. So this Burning Elite, partially due to the low Ascension. Taking a Burning Elite this early with 1 shop and 1 fire before it is pretty good. The shop lets you buy potions if you haven't found any from your combats, and the fire means an upgrade or a rest, depending on what you need. Silent is normally relatively bad against elites in Act 1, but the additional energy from the Runic Dome really helps. These Dome in general has been allowing me to take extremely aggressive Act 1s, which I've really appreciated. Actually, let's start here, and then I have the option to go either way. I mean, we only get to look at one combat reward, but if we get something like dash plus a fire potion, I would veer towards the Burning Elite here. Attacking for 6, and then 10 next turn. Not a full block, ouch. But a lot of the times with the Silent on 4 energy, we don't have any choices to make, right? I don't care what the enemy's doing, because I just have enough energy to play every single card in hand. Definitely looking to increase our damage output early. Quick Slash is a good way to do that on 4 energy. 8 damage, and it replaces itself, drawing 1 more card. I find Finisher pretty damn unreliable at the start of the game when it comes to Silent. Sure, it can do, you know, quite a bit of damage. If we draw 3 strikes, it does 18 damage. But Finisher will inevitably show up in hands like 4 defends and a Finisher, or just not draw alongside the other cards you need it with. Finisher is a lot better if you have some retain, or if you have some kind of extra card draw. Yeah, JK, I think we'll still, in general, be able to take relatively aggressive paths in Act 1 with the Runic Dome. I didn't see what I wanted, though, so we're not going to go for the Burning Elite here. When is outmaneuver good is a fairly tough question to answer. Truthfully, my experience by and large seems to be almost never is the answer. But it's the wrong order. Surely it has a use. What I have seen outmaneuver, excuse me, be very strong is when you have a lot of card draw or retain. So it's great with Runic Pyramid, or great with a bunch of acrobatics and predators and such. Very good with Ice Cream as well, which lets you retain the energy from turn to turn. Alright, Terror is an excellent early game card for Silence. Vulnerable makes all your physical attacks do 50% more damage. All of them. Let's see, 12, 9, 9, we can actually just kill you. Good. Explosive Pot for 10 to all. Ooh, Predator is good. Big beefy damage and card draw. Normally I like Piercing Wail a lot on Silent. It's a very, very, very effective block card, reducing enemy strength by 6. If, you know, you're dealing with multi-attacking enemies, this is exceptionally strong. But does require you to know that your enemies are attacking you, which is harder to do with the Dome. Let's take the big damage card. Poison Stab also kind of the intermediate here. Would rather have the card draw of Predator. Pretty good Explosive Potion. No idea how many of these are attacking us. It's 75% chance per louse to attack on turn 1 here. So we could be taking 0 damage, or we could be taking a bunch. There's no real way to know. Great question to you, Bacchus. How many damage commons do you need? Generally speaking, I'd say you need between 3 and 5 additional cards dedicated to doing damage added to your starting deck before you can start easing off the gas there. The specifics of when really depends on a lot of factors, you know, where you are, what enemies are ahead of you, what relics you have, what potions you have, what your deck is, but 3 to 5 damage cards is my most frequent kind of set. I wonder if I end up opting for the additional elite here. We got really strong really quickly. Decided I didn't want to gamble there. Camel Crushed, thank you so much for 4 months of support. Oh man, Skewer with Terror. X cost, do 7 damage or upgraded to 10 damage X times hits really hard. Could add some more card draw with acrobatics or reflex too, but I think this skewer will serve us exceptionally well. And I do want to upgrade that, so let's go this way. Yeah. Spicy. Get the 4 Gremlins combat. Gremlin Wizard. Charges up for 2 turns, and then uses Ultimate Blast for 30. We don't have to worry about him until turn 3. Fat Gremlin, always 5 damage and inflict weak. Sneaky Gremlin always does 10 damage, and the Mad Gremlin always does 5, but gets angrier when you hit them. Definitely want to kill the Fat Gremlin and the Sneaky Gremlin first. Too bad. Take 5. And then kill the wizard before it can do anything. Zinnian, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the 3 months of support. Cool. Easy fight. 20 more bucks, and tools for draw discard. Sneaky Strike becomes free if we have discarded a card. Or Innate. Infinite Blades gives us a 4 damage shiv each turn. I like the tools the trait here. Tools allows you to draw through your deck more quickly, seeing 1 more card each turn. And you can opt to discard the one that you want the least. It's pretty good. Definitely only wanting the tools here because we're on 4 energy with Runic Dome. Let's upgrade Skewer first, making it 10 damage per energy rather than 7. And our first elite shouldn't be much of a problem. Shouldn't be. Sentry. Liquid Memory's the Predator for exactly 15 here, since Quick Slash Strike was only 14. After all. Middle one is attacking this turn. Tiny chest makes every 4th question mark room a treasure room. Not exactly the best first relic, but it'll do. Not thrilled with the deflect. I do like 0 cost blocks with Dome, because I don't like having to choose whether to block or not. Appreciate all the folks helping answer questions in chat, by the way. Really appreciate the contribution to our collaborative learning environment and help making a friendly, cozy, and welcoming place for everybody. Hey, Pentagraph. Very good relic, healing us 25 at the start of boss combats. So I decided I didn't want any of those cards. Red Slaver always starts with stab, 14 damage on turn 1 all the time. Then has a chance of entangling, otherwise goes like scrape, stab. Which does 9 in Vuln. Okay. We'll apply the Terror. Block 3 times, knowing that they're attacking us for 14 here. Attacking for a max of 9. Good damage. Do I want a backflip? Kind of. Sneaky Strike with our Tools the Trade, giving us discards every turn, could be good too. It is a free TM card. Yeah, definitely normal to find this game confusing. Easy to learn, hard to master is definitely how I would describe Slay the Spire. A game with a hell of a lot of depth to it. Let's have a hard time with backflip. Yeah, let's do it. It's not very much block, is the main problem with backflip. The upgrade makes it a lot better at +3. But I think we want to keep improving our damage output. Let's start with Predator. Make it go from 15 to 20. Getting those... The damage commons that you add to your deck, if you can get them upgraded, you will find massively rewarding. See that this is the opposite of massively rewarding. This is massively painful. Thank goodness we have a Pantograph, but we're in really big trouble, actually, in this fight. Damn it. I think we go this guy first. Okay, good luck. Need to kill you. Yes! Good. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Definitely worried about our hit point total right now, though. Got 2 difficult fights and only 23 health. Your spray for AoE. This elite is either a Knob or a Lagavulin, not Sentries. Don't really want a Cloak and Dagger, don't really want a Fumes. We're doing damage too quickly for Fumes to be good, although Fumes is normally pretty good against Slime Boss. I'll pass. Game with a lot of death to it, that's right. Surely you will die. Do 32 damage, unfortunately, not enough. The Fungi Beast has a 60% chance of attacking for 6. The Acid Slime can attack for 8 or 12 with a 30-40% chance of those. So 70% chance to attack, 60% chance to attack. The breakdown here. Block for 10. Nope. Good. Not good. 6 + 4 + 2. Not a kill. Ooh. Okay, the Fungi Beast is guaranteed to be attacking me here. We better make them weak. Normally attacking for 10, this means they'll attack for 7. And this one is attacking for... something, maybe. Here. Yeah, full hit. Okay, attacking for at most 10, so we can guaranteed block with Defend, Survivor. That should be good. Okay, good. 22 health should be enough for the elite fight. And 2 speed potions. For backflip? Maybe. Sucker Punch is nice for the weaken. I do, with Dome, love cards that are both attacks and blocks. Sucker Punch definitely falls into that category. It'll be good against both Knob and Lagavulin, who are the 2 enemies I'm fighting next. Yeah. I'll take Sucker Punch. I think we might regret it a little bit in the long term, but in terms of, like, chance to survive this node, it's a big increase. Especially with Gremlin Knob as our first opponent here. So, Gremlin Knob always starts with Bellow, making him angry. Afterwards, 33% chance to Skull Bash for 8 plus Vuln, 67% chance to Rush for 16. 28 health. I might be able to kill him next turn, but I might not. Rabdar Sean, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub and the 2 months. Being punched in the Sucker Punch art. I love this art, actually. It's a little hard to see, but it's a tentacle. Get it? Sucker Punch? You're punching the suckers. Defend is still good about 100% of the time here. Even if we don't kill next turn. This is a net gain of health. Bit of speed potion, but I think we're fine. We got the vulnerable. And either terror or quick slash is a kill here. I see. Okay, we'll, in that case, we'll Speed Potion, go Sucker Punch, Defend, Survivor. Take a 1, and then kill. Cool. Pick up the turnip, making us immune to frail. Another chance at fumes. Storm of Steel, I think, is one of the worst rare cards on Silent. You really need a lot of cards in hand for Storm of Steel to be good, but you also need to not want to play all the cards that are in your hand. Rarely happens. Or Distraction, also a pretty bad card. Oh, quick tip for you during combats, Diobacus. Your goal in every single fight is reduce your enemy to 0 HP. And so your main goal is to spend your energy doing damage. Make sure you're playing strikes when you can, and trying not to take too much damage while you do so. As I think a pretty good rule of thumb, if your defend card isn't blocking all 5 points of damage, then don't play it. Play a strike instead and do more damage. The quicker you end the fight, the less damage overall you're going to take. One of the easiest ways to lose a lot of health in Slay the Spire is to play too defensively. Be too aggressive with your defends, trying to block 6 damage with 2 defends, trying to wait for a turn where the enemy is going to give you a moment to recover. It may not arrive, depending on the enemy, and you'll be a lot better off if you go on the offensive. Take none of this. We do get a heal from Panagraph, so I think we're good to fight Slime Boss with an upgrade here. I like the Quick Slash upgrade. I also like an energy upgrade at this point, making Terror or Tools the Trade free, so that we may play them whenever we draw them. Or we can start upgrading our block, and if we were going to upgrade a block card, Backflip would definitely be the best candidate. So Distraction is unreliable, is the best way I can describe it, Bossborn. Unlike Infernal Blade on Ironclad, which guaranteed creates an attack, and White Noise, which guaranteed creates some kind of scaling, a power on defect, Distraction is totally unpredictable. You might get card draw, you might get block, you might get poison, or you might get an unplayable card, Reflex or Tactician. The existence of those two unplayable discard cards, the Reflex and the Tactician in particular, are... I'm actually going to upgrade the Sucker Punch. Are a big reason why Distraction's bad. You've got like this 1 in 10 or something chance that you just brick immediately and get nothing. Pretty stinky. Okay, where's that? Okay, Terror next turn. Guess we're not using it. Actually, you know what? I'll use the Energy Potion. So on turn 3, Slime Boss crushes, unless you bring them below half HP. So. We're immune to frail, so let's damage the one who would inflict weaken upon us. Ooh, I'm immune! Ooh. Still immune, but thank you. Well, not bad. Might have been able to do this without the energy potion, but I'm glad we used it. Made our life a lot easier there. Interesting picks. Grand Finale can only be played if there's no cards in the draw pile, but does massive damage to all enemies for 0 energy. If you can play it, it's one of the best cards in the game, but boy is it hard to play, requiring retain or a lot of card draw, ideally both. Bullet time makes everything in our hand free. Good for low energy decks, again with a lot of card draw. We're the opposite, high energy deck with not that much card draw. Or lastly, Doppelganger, an X-cost card allowing us to draw X cards and gain X energy on our next turn. I like Doppelganger paired with Skewer, they have a fun time together. And Doppelganger, in general, the more energy you have, the more I like it. Doppelganger does really want an upgrade, the upgrade giving you one more card and one more energy after playing it. I think this is a double pick for me, personally. I could also see Skip being a reasonable option. But with 4 base energy, I'll take the Doppel. Another situation where we're offered stinky energy relics with downsides that we don't want. Cursed Key giving us an extra energy, but cursing us when we open a non-boss chest. Notably, having tiny chest means we're likely to encounter at least 3 chests from here, so this would be 3 curses for 1 energy per turn. Fusion Hammer gives us extra energy, but we can't upgrade at rest sites. Or we can transform and upgrade 3 cards with the Astrolabe, getting completely different options. Increasing our upgrade density quite a lot, and reducing the amount of starter cards in the deck. I think this Astrolabe is likely to be better than the energy relics. We could get 3 bad cards. We could also get 3 very, very good cards. Quick little reminder with transform effects in Spire in general, they're very likely to give you rare cards. Because a transform is an equal likelihood of all of the cards in the game. There's 75 cards per character, and it's just 1 out of 75 for each of them. Each character has about 20 rare cards, so it's approximately 1 in 4 to get a rare card from any transform, which is much higher than the chance of getting a rare card from a card reward. Silent generally doesn't like her strikes. She likes them a little bit more with the terror, so I think I'm going to transform 2 strikes and 1 defend. Keep our offense and defense ratio at least a little bit reasonable. Chemical X when? We got another Skewer, another Terror, and an Alchemize, letting us obtain a random potion for 0 energy. Almost makes me want to remove this Terror now. But overall, I like that. I like that a lot. Yes, Burmafrost, if you transform a colorless card, you will get another colorless card. If you transform a curse, you will get another curse. Generally speaking, cards that you transform turn into the same color of card. Okay, let's try to hit 2 shops. I would like to hit many, many stores. We have a lot of money, for 1. And for 2, really want a Chemical X. Let's go this way and maybe Fire Elite here. It's also like shop Fire if we want a really less dangerous path. But then I can only fight 1 Elite. Like to fight more than one elite. Hello? Well, ouch, I guess. Yeah. Can't kill. Could have weakened, I guess, to save 3 hit points. It's fine. Ooh, yes. Upgraded backflip, very juicy. More block and more card draw, yes please. Upgraded dagger spray is not bad either, giving us some AoE. Catalyst with no poison in the deck's not very good. But I like this upgraded backflip quite a lot. Oh, dagger spray would have been good against birds. No idea who's attacking and who's not. Not sure it even matters. I'll Doppelganger for some more cards drawn. They all buffed, which means they are all attacking on this turn. Guaranteed. Spooky. Takes 3 hits to knock a bird out of the air. I think the speed potion here. That speed potion only saved me 3 hit points, didn't it? Rather than trying to ground another one, I'm going to finish the one on the ground. What's the exact AI of these things? Well, they've got a lot of stuff they can do. 50, 20, 30 split between Peck, Swoop, and Caw. Peck can't be used 3 times in a row. So it's like 40, 60 to buff? Thing might totally hit me in the face. But yeah, this front one has pecked twice in a row, so it can't peck again. Trust that it is buffing. This might hurt. Good. Some luck there. Okay, we made it through that fight, and we even get our potion back, so I don't feel bad about how we used it. Leg Sweep Plus is 14 block and 3 weak. Wow. That is a hell of a free upgrade to find. Yes, please. One of Silent's premium blocks. Sure. Okay, this would be a hard pool fight. I don't want to go into a hard pool fight. Let's take the event. 275 gold if I'm willing to take a Regret Curse 1 floor before a shop. Deal. Give me the money. We have 771 gold. Each time you strike the shrine, gold pours forth again and again. As you pocket the riches, something weighs heavily on you. Oh my goodness. It's here. Chemical X says the effect of your cost X cards are increased by 2, and we already have, count them, 1, 2, 3 X cost cards to boost with this thing. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Hell yeah, I'll take it. It's a regret, too. Do we want any of the rest of it? I don't think I want a poison stab or a flying knee. Do I want another backflip? Maybe. Paired, no. Caltrops, no. Panacea? Don't think so. Bomb could be useful. Doing big AoE. If we're fighting Collector, we should at least think about it. We're not. Okay. Panacea is also pretty good against Collector. We don't have any debuffs that we're being affected by, so I don't really like Panacea that much. Nunchaku says every time you play 10 attacks, gain an energy, and the Ancient Tea set says after visiting a rest site, start our next combat with 2 energy. Energy generation seems good, given that we have 3 X cost cards, so we have no limit to the amount of energy that we can usefully spend. And we're doing Fire and then Elite. Okay, I'll take the Ancient Tea set here, at least. Do I feel okay about Nunchaku? Hey, Chicken Man Phil. The Ironclad deck got to 999... well, almost to 999 strength against the Heart. With Rupture. It's good stuff. Definitely recommend checking that one out. We are going to go to this store, so I'm going to save money. I want to be able to purchase a lot at the next shop. It's a good fight for a Dex potion. Fun. Yeah, it was with Limit Break. You'd pretty much never get to the 999 without it. Blessing of the Forge is pretty good, upgrading everything in our hands. X times. It'll be X plus 2 times, rather. So 15 times 6 is 90. 75 is a kill, though, right? Only at 64? Yeah. So we can go Defend Skewer. And Doppelganger is just a free 2 cards, 2 energy. Pick 1. Easy. Upgraded Blur. Gain 8 block, and block is not removed at the start of your next turn. Really like that. As a block card. Very good with Runic Dome, because if we don't need the block on this turn, it's still applicable to the next one. And again, another free upgrade feels excellent. Let's get that Doppelganger upgraded. Here. Blur, Strike, Skewer, Skewer. We can kill one of the gremlins, do some damage to Leader. I could Swift Potion. It feels unnecessary. Not a kill on the Leader. Unfortunately, it's only 80, 100 damage. If we had Terror, if Swift Potion were to draw Terror, we'd have an instant kill here. But we need to be able to make sure we're able to kill the minions, though, or at least one of them. Let's go Blur. Strike you. Skewer for 60. Skewer you for 20. That blocks this hit, and we maybe... Ah, we do get hit. Ow. Okay, that's fine, though, because it means that we are not being attacked by Grum Leader on this turn, so we can have a really big turn next turn. "10 energy," they said. Let's go to Swift Potion. Run away, you fools! Molten Egg upgrades any attacks we would add from here on out, like, for example, any additional copies of Skewer. The colorless potion is better than a poison potion. Only a few damage per turn is that poison potion. Shame we lost so much health, but, well, we'll see what we can do. Ah, the Knight and the Mystic. Ooh. End of Greed gives us money if we kill with it. I think that's pretty cool. And that allows us actually to have exactly enough damage to kill Centurion turn 1. Could kill her right away with the Skewer, but... I want to hand greet her for 20 more bucks. Boop. Okay on block. We got 3 upgraded block cards. We could take this Deflect or either of these upgraded attacks, but I'm not strongly motivated to do so. I won't. Bottled Lightning lets us start with a skill in the opening hand. Bottling Terror is pretty good. I think Bottling Doppelganger is pretty good too. Or taking the blue key is fine. Given how many different skills there are. Ideally, I'd want to bottle a Skewer, but... take the Sapphire key, actually. Thanks, but no thanks. D plus 12. Oh boy. So, the Slavers, always all attacking on turn 1 here. There's unfortunately not enough damage to kill any of them, because someone didn't bottle Terror. Man, am I prepared to fight a burning gremlin? Well, let's see where we end up first. I can always just sneak in through the middle here. Backflipping. Please? Damn it. Won't be too much damage. Only 3, actually. Get a second Blessing of the Forge. Fascinating. Guess I might as well use one now then, huh? Double Skewer. So 11, we need this to hit 4 times, so we need 2 energy left. Cool, not a bad fight at all. Omamori will block our next 2 curses. We get another cultist potion. Fascinating. Chance at Dagger Spray Plus. Don't feel motivated to take it. Nah. Not quite enough energy to want expertise either. Snack Plant is pretty spooky. Cheer 2. This enemy attacks for, yeah, 8 times 3 pretty frequently. Boop. Liquid Memories, as well as another Quick Slash or a Piercing Wail. Contemplating Piercing Wail. I think with the potions that we have, we are good, by the way, with Liquid Memories, Cunning Potion, Cultist Potion. We're good to go for one more elite here. At least I really hope we are. I'll take a Piercing Wail. Tough with Dome, but we're gonna try it. See, if I Shiv Potion, I can kill both gremlins and... Actually, wait, can I? Shiv... Strike, Leg Sweep, Predator? No. Don't have enough energy for that. Shiv Plus is 6 damage, so it's a total of 18 damage in the Cutting Potion here. Which is not quite enough to do this perfectly. Although it still lets me get both of them dead, though, right? Yeah, actually, I will use this. We got a Leg Sweep Gremlin Leader just in case he's attacking me. Predator you? Shiv Skewer you? He shoots here. Oh, and he was attacking. Perfect. So thrilled to have a turn where we know we're not being attacked. Boop. Lucky. That's a pretty miserable hand, though. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna Liquid Memory Skewer. We're gonna call it a day. Bye-bye. Hit the boat thingy, giving us 10 block on turn 1. Really good with the Dome. Now I do wish we'd bottled, Doppelganger, but that's okay. Do I want a Predator Plus? Not really. Guess it's not bad. The damage on the card draw is good. I'll pass, though. Too many things. Too many! One. Dead? Dead. And Venom lets us apply poison with our attacks. Notably applying a lot of poison with Skewer here. Sneaky Strike is a decent addition, too. 16 damage for 0 energy after tools are down. I don't think I'm gonna need poison. Oh ho! Skewer number 3, is that you? That is you. Probably gonna take another one of those. Mummified Hand makes stuff in hand free when we play a power card. Probably only one of those. Hand Drill applies vuln when we break block. Not great. Definitely gonna take the Skewer. Definitely gonna take a Striker move. Start there. We want a Singing Bowl, letting us skip cards to gain 2 max HP. That's a lot of money to pay for a relatively small benefit. Maybe 10 max HP over the rest of this run. Still something, though. How would I rework Hand Drill? Ooh. I think I would have Hand Drill say something like, on turn 3 of combat, apply 2 or 3 vulnerable to all enemies. The idea being that you're like slowly drilling through their defenses, and when it works, it gets there. Problem with Hand Drill is that it's kind of an intersection of conditionality. There's a relatively small subset of enemies in the game that apply block to themselves, but there's an even smaller subset of enemies where they have block and you want to make them vulnerable. And the overlap between those two is small enough that the Hand Drill ends up being mostly useless. It's not bad here against Bronze Automaton. Would let us chunk through and apply some vuln, but we probably already managed to do that. We've got Artifact Removal with Neutralize, Piercing Wail, Leg Sweep, Sucker Punch, and then we can apply one of the 2 terrors, surely. I mean, we just skipped a Sneaky Strike Plus. I'm not going to pay 50 gold for one. I guess I will take the Singing Bowl. Letting us skip cards for some max HP. And upgrade tools to be free. Don't want to have to choose whether I play that anymore. New Pantograph. Oh. Arcaw. Cultist Potion will give us 1 strength at the end of each of our turns. So, Bronze Automaton's attack pattern. They always summon orbs on turn 1, then they go Flail, Boost, so 8 times 2, buff strength, 12 times 2, buff strength, then Hyper Beam on turn 6. In all capital letters, even. That's how strong it is. Let's see, these minions can steal cards from the draw pile. They have a random chance to do that. Can I just go straight for the automaton in this fight? Let's find out. I backflip now, I'm shuffling without any of my block. That's okay. Jesus. Oh my goodness. Wow. The damage. The damage. The sheer damage. Let's see, we're offered a couple upgraded attacks. Glass Knife is pretty potent, although it's no Skewer Plus, I'll tell you what. Unload to deal 18 and discard all non-attack cards in hand. No thanks. Do we want a second Alchemize? 2 potions per fight? Question mark. I almost want to take 2 max HP here. We've got full potions currently. We'll be able to cycle through them pretty quickly. Yeah. I'll take 2 max HP. As awkward as that seems. Dex pot over Blessing here. Ooh, choices, choices. The Wristblade makes 0 cost attacks deal 4 additional damage. I can already tell you, I know you want this to work, but it does not work if you play Skewer for 0 energy with Chemical X. You do not get the Wristblade bonus. Doesn't work, unfortunately. I really want it to work too, but it doesn't. We don't get a curse from the Calling Bell. We can just take 3 free relics. 1 common, 1 uncommon, and 1 rare. Or the Black Star for an extra relic off of elites. That's unlikely to be more than 3 bonus relics, right? And given that we don't get a curse, it's just better to take the immediate relic. So I would say this is almost always Calling Bell over Black Star. And given that the Wristblade doesn't work on Skewer, it's only applying to neutralize. Literally only neutralize? Alright. That's an easy choice then. But the Calling Bell. The bell tolls. We get an awesomely timed Matryoshka, actually. Our next 2 non-boss chests each have 2 relics inside. And with tiny chests, we can guarantee we're going to get both of them, so we will get 2 additional relics out of that. We also get Happy Flower for energy every 3 turns, and a boat thingy giving us 18 block on turn 3. Love Captain's Wheel here. Generally love Captain's Wheel on any heart run. Whatever our pathing, we want to make sure it includes 3 question marks to get that extra Matryoshka relic. So let's see, 1, 2, go 3 here. That's 2 elites and 2 fires, and no shop. Get it right away here, and then go elite, shop, second shop. Maybe actually go this way. Don't have to go to the shop, get the Matryoshka here. And get 2 chests back-to-back, 4 relics in a row? Yeah, I want that. And then we'll go to this store. This left side looks really good. Lots of fires, lots of elites. Lots of goodness. Okay, hard to know what these guys are doing. They are jerks. A Mayhem. Start of our turn, play the top card of the draw pile. Why not? Why not? This one's guaranteed to attack me this turn, so I'm gonna kill it. Need them all to die at the same time. Help. There we go. Sneaky Strike Plus is back. Still don't think that I want it. This one. Fire pot, huh? Still Chaos plays the top 3 cards of the draw pile. I'll take that over the Fire Pot, I guess. Bonus Merchants. Ooh. Good stuff. How many Sneaky Strikes have I seen? Too many. Footwork is pretty good, giving us additional dexterity. We have lots of block cards, so I think a Footwork is a great idea. Card removal is okay. And I think Toolbox is really good, letting us choose one of 3 random colorless cards each combat to add to our opening hand. I really like the Toolbox the more that I use it. A little late for Hand of Greed here, although I think this could pay for itself before the end of the run. Let's go Toolbox, Footwork. I'm not going to remove a card. We're going to save up money because we are going to this store later on in this act. I'd like to be able to have enough to afford a decent relic there. So we'll hold off on that removal. Transient. Chemical X Transmutation, one of my favorite card combos. Create X plus 2 random colorless cards. Put them in your hand, they cost 0 this turn. Make myself an Apotheosis, why not? Why not? Wouldn't say Toolbox is bad against the heart at all. Hell, I might say it's pretty good against heart. Got him. Just play Skewer literally every turn. Easy. Amazing. Good fight. Good fight. Dash is okay, not great. Prepared to draw and discard is decent as well. Keep taking max HP. Tiny chest on 3, so I wanted this to be the thingy. Could actually get another chest, too. Don't want to. I could. I think the transmutation, although that apotheosis is hella tempting. Gimme. Double Master of Strategy, huh? I'm gonna pull a strike so that I can purity it, actually. Let's try to get both of them. So on this turn, we're being attacked for up to 30 damage. We did get hit by. And this one could be either a buff or a multi-attack. We're the buff. Sneaky strike number 5,000,001. We're up to 10 max health already from Singing Bowl, so I think that's actually been worth the purchase. Good job, me. Right, elite number 1 is Nemesis. Take a discovery turn 1 here. It's a good fight for a deck spot. Oh, I didn't need to block for that much, actually. Still good, though. Nemesis can attack for up to 45 damage, which would be pretty spooky if they did. Easy. More max HP. We're already up to a frankly ridiculous total here. 87 is a ton for a Silent to have. Nightmare has a lot of good targets in this deck. Nightmare any X-cost card, Nightmare Alchemize, Nightmare Footwork, Nightmare Tools the Trade. Lots of good targets. Another Backflip plus not bad either, but let's take the Nightmare, letting us create 3 copies of a card. And let's go ahead and get 4 relics in a row. Potion Belt for 2 more potion slots, and Meat on the Bone if healing us if we're below half. Lantern giving us energy on turn 1, and Ornamental Fan giving us 4 block every time we play 3 attacks in 1 turn. Amazing. Do I take a Fire? Yes, I want to upgrade Footwork and Nightmare. Yes, okay. Nightmare needs to be cheaper. Elite number 2 is the Giant Head. Deck spot, okay. Giant Head gives us 4 turns of setup, counting down as they go. At the end of those 4 turns, they'll start attacking for a lot more. Amazing. More booping. Bottled Flame allows us to start combat with a skewer in hand if we want it. Don't have to, though. Sneaky Strike number 8,000,002. So many Sneaky Strikes. I don't think I want a second Piercing Whale. Let's just keep taking hit points. Sure, I'll bottle one of my many skewers. Predator's a pretty good bottle, too, actually. But if I bottle a skewer, we can use this duplication potion with the Ancient Tea Set to kill Spire Spear on turn 1, which I love for the Spire Spear and Spire Shield fight. So I'm probably going to do that. Fairy in a Bottle is not only just good here, but would be another rescue if we get them to the end. We could buy the Cauldron for 5 random potions, just kind of rearrange the potion belt. I think Dex Potion, Dupe Pot is good, but there's definitely room for more good potions in the potion belt. +10 max HP from the pair is also solid too, just +10. Or we can save money for the last shop. Save money. Decided not to buy anything. Double Orb Walkers are a dangerous opponent, but they give us a rare relic and a ton of cash. I love it. This is 15 times 8? 120? 105. Alright, good fight. More max HP. The mango gives us an additional 14, taking us well over 100. Go to 105. Jonky. I guess I'll upgrade the backflip. Alright, Time Eater is our boss here. Dark Shackles, but I'm not necessarily going to use it on them. I will use one of these Dex Potions. Essence of Steel. Okay, so Time Eater, let's take a look at their AI. Time Eater is definitely one of the most dangerous fights with the Runic Dome, as they're very unpredictable. The turn after Time Eater drops below half health, they'll use their haste ability, cleansing debuffs and healing back up to half, but otherwise it's random. 20%, 45%, 35% chance to do Ripple, Reverberate, and Head Slam. Ripple being a debuff, Reverberate is 8 times 3, and then Head Slam is 32. We have no idea on any given turn whether they're attacking me or not. The only thing we can do is just kind of gamble. We'll shut down their times 3 attack. Good. This could hurt a little bit more. Not bad overall, though. Double here. I even get to save a terror for the next phase. Let's see, half health for Time Eater is 228. So that's the number we want to put them below. On this turn, they're just healing to half. So it's a good turn to use Blur. Oh yeah, I'm discarding 4 cards? Hold on. 1, 2... We can do the Dark Shackles thing? Good. Or I discarded Dark Shackles. Well, that was foolish. Foolish, foolish. Foolish. GG. To thump, a deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire, the source of all these X-costed cards? Prepare your X-Acto knife and slice your way through. Okay, we are missing 4 health, but we'll get a heal from Pantograph. So it's all good. Honestly, let's just upgrade this Terror so that I can play it for free. Wow, those are sad potions for sale. I was hoping there'd be something better here. Much disappointment. Gremlin Horn gives us a card draw and a card when an enemy dies. That would only do one proc for the rest of the run. We have no poison to use the Snecko Skull with. Abacus gives us 6 block when we shuffle the draw pile. That could be okay. I know, should have bought that pair, right? Eric Gridlock, thank you so much for the 11 months. Almost to that full year. Welcome back. Secret Weapon could let us pull skewers from the draw pile, but with 3 of them it feels unnecessary. The Baker's metric year. I'm leaning towards card remove plus Abacus here. The Abacus won't do a whole lot, but it will be, you know, a little bit of block on one of the turns of the hard fight, so that's something. Feels like the potions we have are about as good as they're going to be. Yeah, let's go card remove, Abacus. Leaving us with not quite enough for the discount fire pot. But we could buy the Dash Plus. But I won't. But I could. But I won't. Panacea, I want this to be generated during the heart fight. Sadistic here. Wait a minute, do I need... It's 5. So we can save the duplication potion, that's what I'm seeing? That's what I'm seeing. Means I can blur here, too. Because this will be 150, leaving them at 2 health. We leave them, if I blur first, we leave them at 17, and then the fire pot still kills. Not bad. Not bad at all. Colorless pot. Yeah, on this turn, Spire Shield attacks for 38 with their smash attack on turn 3. So that's the number to block for. Get him, Skewer. And a Bottled Tornado allows us to start combat with either of our powers in the opening hand. I guess Bottled Tools ain't bad, although I'd like to be able to Nightmare the footwork. A second Blur. Yes. Let's go double Blur for this last fight. Bottle the tools. Onwards to the heart! Purity lets me exhaust a few cards. That's not the best, but it's not bad. No artifact, unfortunately. Maybe the colorless potion will save us. Yeah. Another purity. Okay, well... that's unfortunate. Really want this blind. It's just... this, I guess. Okay, Blessing of the Forge is pretty good. Maybe a sketchy turn 2 and turn 3, unfortunately. The good news is that I have so much health that we live no matter what. Ouch. Guess that blind would have been nice, eh? Hey, we do get to Nightmare Footwork. Okay, we're good here. Not gonna have enough energy to... I could duplicate Nightmare on the Footwork, but I can't play all of those... I can't play all the footworks I'm about to make here. But I could duplicate Nightmare, duplicating footwork, and Skewer. That seems reasonable. So we're being attacked for 67 damage this turn. Let's see what backflip is. Okay, we got like super good. Okay, now that's a full block. Discarding neutralize? Yeah. That's a lot of skewering. We have 14 points of dex now. On this turn, the heart attacks for either a multi-attack, which is a base of 4 times 15, weakened down to 3 times 15, or a base of 45 single hit, weakened down to 33. Actually, 47, we can down to 34. Either way, got it covered. That poor Purity. Okay, great turn for Blur, since we're not being attacked on this turn. I'm gonna lose the Piercing Whale so that I can Leg Sweep here. Get that weaken up. So, on this turn, either a single hit, again for a base of now 49 with 4 points of strength, up to 36 with weaken, or 6 times 15 down to 4 times 15, so a total of 60. So this will be a full block. Times 7, 9, 11. Not quite a kill. Very close, though. Guess I'm not using either of these, but something like that. Oh. Damage, hello? GG, my friends. An excellent run. GG. GG, everyone. That was a sweet, sweet run. So far, Dome Lighter has been absolutely wild, way wilder than I expected it to be. So thrilled. Early Chemex and a bunch of X-Cost cards with Astrolabe cooperating too. Totally wild. GG. Yeah, what has it been done? Spire sleeps, and so shall I. So shall I indeed. Another wonderful day. We had a great run of FTL, some great runs of Slay the Spire. But now it is time to bid everybody a fond farewell here. And wind down the stream. As we're almost at 7.5 hours. Is pretty dang good if you ask me. We will be back tomorrow, not later than noon Eastern Standard Time. As a heads up, in the next couple of days I want to play some more Monster Train. And I want to play some more something else. And more Spire. So, variety, but also video games. That's a very extremely rough outline of what's up ahead. Probably Monster Train tomorrow, I think. See if we can't maybe get a C25 win with the Wormkin clan, which I haven't done yet. Amen to that, Chiveler. Last week I was off on vacation or I guess 2 weeks ago now. Really? Wow. Spending some time away from the internet was a remarkably wonderful thing. So if you're spending less time on it, more power to you. See you later, Ampesi, Paparazzo, CRN, Camel Crushed, FBI's Most Unwanted, Omni, more, better, mathematician, and everybody else, ta-ta for now. Thank you so much for watching. Big thanks for all the stream support today. And toodaloo. See y'all next time. Bye-bye.